2020. And alongside me is the very young and talented Niveda. And she is a CA Finance Management trainee. She's working with the product costing team right now. So over to you, Niveda.
Thank you so much, Preet, for this fantastic introduction. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, guys. So happy to see all the smiling and smiling faces. And it's an absolute pleasure for me to be here. I'm so thrilled to be here at part of this Mondelēz Maestros, the first ever edition of the finance track. And I can't wait to start off this in style. I hope you guys are very excited to see what we've all got in store for you. But before we dive into the grand finale, let me set some context and take a moment to share the essence of the Maestros. The Mondelēz Maestros is not just a competition. It's a celebration of innovation, creativity, and a culmination of brilliant minds of our emerging leaders. Maestros, the finance track, is a platform carefully curated and crafted not just for the B school students, but also for the CA community. And it's one of its kind in the FMCG sector. And for this very reason, it's one of its kind. It's not just about creating something fascinating. It's about fostering a space that stays young, vibrant, and contemporary. And of course, it's all about having a lot of fun along the way. So welcoming you all guys again.
A heartfelt thank you to each and every student who has been a part of Mondelēz Maestros. Your participation has not only enriched this competition, but has also fueled it with a wealth of innovative ideas. A special shout out to all the students joining us on the YouTube live link. Your presence adds another layer of excitement to this grand event. Let's keep the energy high and the enthusiasm even higher.
And for all our audience and our lovely finalists, we have something exciting for you. So it's time to put all your social media hats on. So we have some surprise hampers. So go around, take pictures, feel free to even take pictures with our esteemed jury and post them on LinkedIn. And do not forget to mention or tag Mondelēz and Team Unstop on LinkedIn so that your posts get recognized. And by the end of the event, we will be announcing the winners for the event, and you will be winning exciting hampers. So please keep this in mind, and in between, please go around, take pictures, and also use the photo booths that we've installed in the premises.
So, what's Mondelēz coming to campus and not distributing some chocolates, right? So, here's your chance to grab some chocolates. We have a very simple trivia quiz, whatever you call it. And with that, we start with the first question.
Can anybody tell me which year Cadbury was incorporated in India? Anyone from the audience can just put your hand or just throw the answer if you know it.
Random guesses are welcomed.
That's right, you got that right, 1948. Can we have some chocolates distributed? What's your name again? Okay, congratulations Rajesh for getting this right.
The next one is, which is the most recently launched Mondelēz product? I don't know how many of you have seen the latest campaigns. So this one's for all of you. Show of hands, guys.
Yeah.
Please. Cadbury cookies is not a new brand for us, but
yeah, there was something after that also in 24 quarter 4, if you guys can recall.
It's a very, very recent launch. That's right.
Yeah.
Your good name? Aman. It's Studio Pack that we've currently launched. If you haven't seen the campaign or the advertisements, just go to YouTube and look out for the brand.
And next, can anyone name the first Cadbury factory in the world? The place where the first factory was originated in the world. You can just give the country, if not the specific place.
Brownie points and more chocolates for someone who names the factory name as well.
The place.
Yeah, please, the last row. England.
England is right.
Would you want to give a try on what was the place in England? There are a lot of people who've given the answer. So maybe we can have chocolates and then we can just open the pack and give it to them to distribute amongst themselves. If any of you don't get the chocolates, you can just tell, oh, I've not got the chocolate, I answered it correctly, okay? So feel free to do that. Over to the next question. Okay, I'll go ahead with one. There are two brands that always compete against each other in a Valentine's campaigning season? Can anyone name them? Yeah. Five-star and? That's right.
Absolutely
That's right.
Yeah.
I think very easy questions we've been asking you. That last guy. Okay. Who's confident that they can answer some easy taglines of some of our brands? Like our brands have iconic taglines. Anyone wants to give an attempt?
That would be a rapid fire. Quick answers.
Anyone? Just give it a shot. If it's not done, it's okay. Marketing folks, where are you?
Check.
Anyone wants to give it a try? Very easy ones. No. We'll tell you the brand and you have to give the taglines. Okay, Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye is one of them. Yeah, please. Your good name? Samarth, okay, for 5-star, what's the tagline? That's right. Do you want to try one more? See, you can give more chocolates to your friends around if you answer it correctly. Silk, maybe.
Oh,
That's a
great.
good campaign
Yeah.
tagline, so yes.
Anyone who knows it for Bonvita, what is our tagline for Bonvita?
Tayari jeet ki,
Okay.
that's right.
Literally everybody got that right. Okay.
Okay. Okay, this is one which if any one of you have actually studied the company will know. Do you know how many plants do we have in India? Own plants. 5? You are close but not right. 8? Oh, I wish we do. Someday we'll be there. 6, 7? No, that's not the right answer. 4
Four
is
is
the
right.
correct answer. We have 4 plants across all 4 geographies of India. And lastly, we celebrated our 75th year of being in the company not long time back. And it's been an amazing journey since then. Any one of you wants to give an attempt? So we said that there are 4 plants, right? Do you guys want to try the name or the location of those plants? Yeah? Oh, you're reading it off the phone. At least be genuine. Like, even if you're reading it out, just hide your phone and answer it confidently. No chocolates for you, sir. Okay, and with that, we'll go on to the introducing the jury. Don't worry, we'll be quizzing you more, so be prepared. You want a Google search? Do it right now before the presentation starts. Okay, and now on to the minds who have not, okay, sorry. Just give me, okay. We are just about to unveil the real masters of the afternoon, the extraordinary members of the esteemed jury. We have with us 5 of our Mondelēz team members. Don't be fooled by their seemingly innocent smiles. They are here to grill you, they are here to quiz you, and they are here to make sure that the best team wins. We have with us first upon Chandresh Singhvi. He's the Director, Accounting and External Reporting and Taxation at Ladu. Next up, we have Prakash Mundra, Senior Manager, MSc Finance, Product Costing COE. Next, we have Vignesh Sitaraman, People Lead, Categories and Corporate Functions. We also have with us Abhishek Gupta, Manager, Accounting and External Reporting. And last but not the least, we have Gaurav Pokarna, Manager Procurement Finance, AMIA.
Now, before the jury starts grilling us during the pitches, let's ask a couple of questions to the jury. Let's invite upon stage Chandresh Singhvi to ask some questions to him. Please give a round of applause. Chandresh is part of our FLT at Mondelēz. Thank you so much, Chandresh, for joining us today. So now we're here at the first ever edition of the Mondelēz Maestros for Finance. So we would love to hear your initial thoughts on this competition and any expectations that you have set in your mind for this competition and a couple of advice or suggestions that you would want to give the students so that they can perform better.
Okay, first of all, thanks for the overwhelming welcome that we have received over here. And definitely from a competition perspective, one thing which I was looking forward was to visit the campus after a long, long time. That was my expectation. Okay, jokes apart. I'm also very much willing to look into the fresh and young minds that we have. At times we feel that we are overage into the business and how we get to know what is getting into the trend and how it is going to shape up the business. And that is where definitely connection with the young and brilliant minds is what I'm looking into. That's for me.
Thank you so
Thank you
much,
so
Amrish.
And now on to the minds behind the magic who have been instrumental in crafting the cases of the first ever edition of Mondelēz Maestros, the finance track. We would like to call Abhishek on the stage. Abhishek, since you've been working so closely with building the case, what is your take on the case? How did you come up with the case study? What is the expectation that you're looking out of the case? And how is this case important in the Mondelēz current environment? One second. It's me.
Thanks, Preet, for the question. And I think likewise, Chandresh, I'm also very pleased to come to this campus. And that's what the exciting part of the overall competition which we have set. And coming to the case study, I think the reason behind, this is the first time we are doing a finance track from Mondelēz side. And the reason behind setting a case study which gives a flavor of both finance and non-finance. So if the teams who have participated have gone through that. So it's a case study which is built on a business strategy, how does a company enters into a category which is not there, and what are the strategies which they can use. And to justify that strategy being finance track, there's definitely finance modeling, the numbers, the assumptions which have been given. But likewise, there is a qualitative aspect which has to be factored in, have to be determined whether the decision which they will do basis financial number makes sense with the kind of qualitative comments the teams will bring in. In addition to that, I think what we also have is the problem statement too, which is more relevant to the current landscape, primarily the inflation, the social media, the quick com which is there. How does that impact the overall business landscape for an FMCG company like Mondelēz? And to the overall thing, I think more than the case study, hardcore numbers and the financials and the qualitative input, it's more about how the team has progressed over a time of period. So it's around 2.5 month period the competition has been going on. The kind of submissions they have done, the refinements they have done, and finally when they present here is what we are looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for that.
Indeed, that was very well put across, Abhishek, on the intersection of SAT strategy and finance. Thank you so much, judges. I'm sure the finalists are all geared up to put their best foot forward. I think without further ado, we should move on to the games, onto the competition. But before that, let me just brief the rules quickly. The rules are pretty straightforward. The format of the session description is a 10-minute of pitch followed by 7 minutes of Q&A. At the 8th minute, you will hear a bell signaling that you have your last 2 minutes left. And at the 10th minute, you will again hear a bell signaling you've run out of time. So please plan your time accordingly when you come up for the presentation. And on all ideas and how to win plans would be evaluated basis the below following criteria: the depth of financial analysis, risk and opportunity identification and evaluation, distinctive thoughts and ideas, communication and clarity, then clarity of analysis in the decision making criteria. So also, I would like to ask all of our people joining on YouTube Live to keep the chat section super active. Please post your comments and questions in there, and we'll make sure to keep looking at it and pick up the questions as and when we move forward in the competition. So I think we can begin with the pitches with that. All the best to all the teams that are going to be participating today.
Welcoming our first team, Team Cadbury Crunch from Exhilarai. Over to the stage, guys. Just before you start the presentation, how do you feel? Are you all geared up? Into the mic.
So yes, we are prepared is what we feel. I mean, as it was mentioned that certain iterations had to be made. It was right. Like we started with an analysis and assumption, but then eventually before the submission, we realized that there are certain things that we must change. And I believe that as we move from one round to the other, there were things that we realized that this is also something that maybe we could improve in our PPT or in the pitch that we would be presenting today, and even in our calculations. So with that, we are confident that we'll do well and we are prepared.
It's very good to see your confidence. All the very best. And with that, can we have 10 minutes on the clock for the first presentation to start?
All the best, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Cadbury Crunch from Auxiliary Jamshedpur, and today we are here to present ABC's strategy for entry into the savory snack segment, backed by both quantitative as well as qualitative analysis. After comparing the organic and inorganic routes, as well as analyzing the key FMCG market sector trends, we propose a few strategies for the leadership. Firstly, in the short term, we believe it's important to finalize through which category they want to enter into the market. Secondly, also launch a pilot product. And thirdly, focus on securing partnerships from quick commerce and suppliers. Now, in the medium term, we feel it's important to move into tier 2 and tier 3 cities, focus on digital engagement, and also optimize costs through local sourcing. And finally, in the long run, we believe it's important to move into product diversification by introducing new products, and also continuously invest in supply chain, which will help drive sustainability. We believe these two things will in turn lead to the strengthening of the brand.
Our objective today is to define a well-rounded strategy for ABC's entry into the savory snacks market. We start with the organic approach's financials. We see that for the initial investment in the first 2 years, it would require 200 crore rupees, in comparison to inorganic, which will require 1500 crore rupees. Now, this shows that there is substantial initial investment in inorganic sector, but it also provides that we'll be able to start in the very year that we are investing. Going forward, we see that the NPV in the organic route is 441 crore rupees, which is greater than the NPV in the inorganic route, which is 399 crore rupees. But when we factor in the failure probability of 40%, which is because ABC does not have expertise in the savory segment in India, we see that it falls to 264 crore rupees, which is below than the inorganic route, because XYZ is already an established player. And it retains its NPV value as its expected value because of zero risk. Moving forward, we see that the strategic implication of this is that the organic route will be financially attractive only if we see that there is successful implementation of the same. We also see that the ROI in the organic route is 164%, which is greater than vastly outperforming inorganic, which only has 27% ROI. All of this strategically implies that we can move forward only when we have a risk mitigation strategy for the organic route. ABC will be able to leverage its long-term sustainability and scale efficiently if it is able to differentiate its product. Moving forward, we know that numbers define the plot, but it does not tell the entire story. So to understand that, we also do a qualitative assessment that will be required. Number one qualitative aspect that we see is the strategic control. Organic route provides strategic control to ABC, as it will be able to make supply chain related decisions, the product development decisions, and its branding decisions. It will gain control and can innovate further by creating a legacy of innovation and also making tailored customized offerings for its targeted customer base. But for the inorganic method, it would have to adjust to the acquired state only, acquired company only, and its brand identity. Apart from that, the second point is the time to market versus scalability. In inorganic route, we'll be able to immediately access the customer's distribution channel and the operational model of XYZ. But for the organic method, we will require a gestation period of around 2 years to establish the brand and build its research and development in the savory segment. The third point is risk and flexibility. The biggest operational challenge facing the organic route is the risk that it faces because of its lack of expertise in this segment. Inorganic, on the other hand, does not face an executive risk, but it does face the risk of overvaluation during bidding and also the regulation risk. And finally, the biggest risk is the cultural differences that XYZ might have in comparison to ABC. So if these differences are not bridged over, then any kind of brilliant plan for the acquisition will not be able to bear fruitful results. For the fourth point, it is market positioning. With an organic route, ABC will be able to innovate in ways that an acquisition cannot provide them with relations to the pricing strategy and the customer engagement metrics. But with the organic route, it will be able to leverage its existing supply chain. It would be able to leverage its existing capabilities and able to go forward. So through our qualitative and quantitative aspects, we believe that organic route is the way to go because of long-term profitability, strategic control, and market differentiation. Apart from that, we also mentioned that there is a need for a risk mitigation strategy, which will be focusing on creating a distribution and supply chain by leveraging the existing distribution chain and optimizing Q-commerce capabilities, and also the global ABC companies work in the other segments. And also a phased rollout for monitoring if there is a need for any changes that are required and building that before launching a nationwide campaign.
Right. Moving ahead, we talk about the FMCG sector trends, and we are here to evaluate those. So the first trend that we see is food inflation and rising costs. So due to the global rise in the prices of commodities as well as supply chain disruptions, there is an increasing cost, which is also creating margin pressures, which in turn is also creating a risk for demand in the value conscious as well as the rural markets. However, we believe that there's still an opportunity to premiumize the products for the urban segments as well as focus on local sourcing. Next, talking about quick commerce growth, we see that the Q-commerce industry is booming due to an increased demand for convenience and faster deliveries in the urban market. However, quick commerce also brings in the risk of high delivery costs, especially on the smaller orders that are there, which can reduce the profit margin. But again, we believe that this provides an opportunity to launch products specifically for the quick commerce that will drive profit. Lastly, talking about the social media influence, we feel that social media plays an important role in shaping the perception towards a brand, especially through influencer marketing or user-generated content. Now, talking about the opportunities, we believe that through targeted marketing and by creating interactive campaigns, we can capitalize on the opportunities that social media presents. So the final set of recommendations that we have is that we believe that for food inflation and rising costs, we can mitigate those problems by leveraging the existing supply chain channel that we have, and at the same time diversify the suppliers so that we are not dependent on only one supplier or a few set of suppliers. Additionally, local sourcing will also help us to reduce the costs that happen due to fuel-driven operations that a company takes part into. Then we also talk about premiumization. So we believe that by focusing on premiumization and also shrinkflation, ABC can effectively cater to both the rural as well as the urban markets, which will help it to balance affordability and profitability. Now, talking about the high margin products, as I've already spoken about premiumization, so we believe that in quick commerce, it's important to focus on the products, health conscious products that are preferred by the urban consumers that will drive the profit margin. However, at the same time, it's important to focus on high demand products such as savory biscuits or masala puffs that have a high demand in the quick commerce industry, which will help us to capture a wider market share. And we believe that quick commerce also presents an opportunity to launch platform-specific products and promote impulse purchases by bundling the products together. For example, offering a beverage and a snack together is something that will promote impulse purchases. And finally, talking about the social media influence. So we feel that in order to capitalize on social media, it's important to use, it's important to focus on AI-driven tools such as social media listening platforms or natural language processing platforms, which are already done by a lot of FMCG sectors, which help them to understand the sentiments of the consumers and manage crisis at the same time. So we believe that additionally, apart from these things, focusing on influencer marketing and at the same time having interactive campaigns through gamified experiences or social media challenges or AI filters also help us capitalize on the opportunity that social media presents. So broadly speaking, the next steps would follow, like mentioned, local procurement of the raw materials, and at the same time investing in the R&D so that we are able to develop premium products and at the same time have products that are demanded by, that will help us capture the wider consumer base, which is masala puffs or savory biscuits that I've spoken about. The next would be to identify and prioritize that which are the products which are mostly demanded in the quick commerce industry, and also collaborate with the quick commerce platforms. And finally, talking about social media, so we feel that it's important to partner with the influencers and focus on AI to drive the social media campaigns. Thank you.
I think good presentation. So just one question on the first one, organic and inorganic studies. So you said your NPVs are higher in inorganic.
No, NPV is higher in organic. However, when we factor the risk of 40%, yeah, then the expected value in the organic becomes lower.
Then why did you select organic then?
So
The major reason behind factoring in organic was understanding the qualitative aspects as well. While we are figuring it out, we saw that strategic control and innovation are two aspects that a brand needs to maintain while it's such a legacy brand. So to fulfill that and also to ensure that the cultural integration between XYZ and ABC would not lead to any problems in the future, we prefer the organic route over the inorganic route.
But have you done any market study like in which any company has acquired an inorganic company and then they have failed?
yeah, so there are several instances. One of the recent examples that comes to my mind was the acquisition of HPN Compact that had happened, and it failed miserably only because of this reason. Additionally, we also see that Century and Beam Inc. was also an acquisition that had happened, and in that the differences were because one firm worked in the Asian culture and one had the American culture. So we see that even though both the companies were profitable, the acquisition was not successful due to the cultural differences. And additionally, we also feel that because ABC has already been worldwide, like globally, ABC has been working in different segments. So we feel that it has an understanding of the savory taste and the savory flavors, which it can bring into India.
Yeah, on that note, first of all, good presentation, Kushi and Divyanshi. So you didn't mention cultural factors play when you integrate one company. So why not consider a model wherein the acquired entity sets up as an independent entity and tries to function on its own, like an insurgent unit, which a lot of companies have tried, because then you're not letting, say, one company take over the ethos of the other. So that would be a good, because of all the risks that you said that you run in when you have a organic entry.
So yeah, one of the reasons why we don't feel it'll be a good idea is because we feel it can also create brand dilution. ABC already has its standing in the Indian market, and if at that point we are collaborating with some other firm, but at the same time that firm continues to exist as an independent entity, we don't really think it's adding a lot onto the reputation of ABC in itself. Whereas if you independently diversify yourself, we believe it adds better brand and it also shows diversification of the product.
To add on to that, there is another point that we are bringing in growth in the long term. So even if we want to focus on savory snacks at the moment, we might want to also enforce other options like health or sustainability-driven products. So building capabilities within the organization to develop new segments entirely would be helpful in the future as well, while acquisition of one firm will only address the problem of the savory snacks in the next 5 years.
focusing on organic. But what's your view on the competition in this competitive market where anyone can come with a product? What's your view how your organic will get fit into this competition level and how you'll play it? Because that's the biggest risk which you're talking about, which you're ignoring, right? 40%. If you bring that 40%, everything goes for a toss. So what's your view? How will tackle that? And that's the biggest risk which I see competition.
There is a high level of competition in the specified savory snack segment. What we believe we can overcome this is through leveraging the risk mitigation plan, which takes the precedence of the already established distribution channels that ABC already has. So if we utilize and optimize these offerings along with the Q-commerce capabilities, we'll be able to better allocate our resources. Even when we talk about integrating the global experience that ABC has, it has not yet started in India, the savory segments, but it has been able to implement it globally in other snack segments. So we want to implement those similar kind of strategies by localizing them to fit the Indian market's needs.
Right, and also I think additionally we have seen this in case of certain companies that how they were into one sort of business, and from that they move into a different division altogether basis the established network that they already have of suppliers or distributors. So since ABC already has that, so we believe that it will be helpful in this situation.
Give one example.
ITC's example, so first it was into cigarettes business, and I think leveraging that distribution network and the suppliers network which it had, it moved into the FMCG sector, and that was something which helped it to grow by leveraging the distribution network.
So do you say every ITC cigarette store has a biscuits and all across? That's the main core business where they get the revenue? The snacks business which they diversified into, are there major share coming from the pan bidi shop which is selling cigarettes today?
Yeah, so the major revenue comes from the cigarettes. However, the success of the FMCG division that it has is also because they were able to leverage that distribution channel which they had created by firstly venturing into the cigarettes business.
And how long did ITC take to establish their food business?
We are not exactly sure about the number.
Yeah, okay. That's I'll take you to the point what I am trying to make here, and what need seek you whether you have considered that or not. In the whole thing, when you go for organic growth, there it requires a long investment first, then it requires a long gestation period. No brands are built over the years. It takes many years to build your brand, and a huge investment behind it. Now, when we know the category, which is at 80,000 crore category, will grow at high teens in next 5 years, do you want to lose out your 3 to 4 years to build your brand, and then by that time the growth might come down? Do you want to capitalize on growth, or you want to find ways to mitigate the risk and go through inorganic?
So we believe that when we talk about building brand is something which has already been built. We are only capitalizing on that brand. We are using the brand which it has. We are using the distribution channels which it has. We are also using the suppliers which it has, because we believe that there will be certain common raw materials also when we enter into the savory market. So we don't believe that we are losing out on the growth. We only believe that we are capitalizing on the existing brand that we have built for ourselves and also the business that we have.
So your recommendation is, in the savory market, enter with the same brand in which they are in the snacking market. ABC has a snacking brand, use the same branding for the savory market as well.
By creating some differentiation, there would be required because it is a different segment altogether. But we want to utilize ABC's name, its reputation for providing innovative products that cater to the market needs of the individuals. So utilizing the same concept here, there would be differences in the specific brands that they will be offering, but the parent company remains the same, and it finally leads to utilizing that brand leverage for them, for the snacking segment as well, savory snack segment.
So are you saying that the consumer will buy the product in the name of the parent company, ABC Limited, hence consumers will go and pick from the shelf?
The point is, it will help them initially try it out. We will have to make changes according to the response that we get from. That is why we have also developed the in the risk mitigation strategy, phased rollout. So first we roll them out in the metro cities. We pursue the consumers to try those products out, but repeat purchases is what will lead to sustained growth in the long term. So for that, we will have to utilize AI strategies and others to understand what their impressions of the products are and redefine or refine the strategy while we are using it for a nationwide rollout.
So in organic, I will straight away start with established brand and then straight away get a major fair share of the revenue of the category. Don't you think that we are missing out the full potential of the category growth by just ensuring that we build our own brand, which definitely will take 2 to 3 years? Even if you start with urban, going to penetrating down deep, repeat purchases, that's a huge investment. And your maths also suggested that your 40% risk factor, which brings the NPV more inorganic, more favorable towards inorganic. So what's your thought that will you want to still recommend to be inorganic, or you want to say the given a choice, will you reconsider to go back to inorganic?
Initially, we understand there would be let go of certain profits in the short term for the years that we are gestating. But we believe that sticking to the organic will help us scale efficiently in the long term. So we would not revise.
And adding on to that, the point that you mentioned that if we go through inorganic, we'll immediately have the revenue and the profits and everything. So as we mentioned that repeat purchases are something for which we'll have to track how the consumers are responding to the products. We'll have to do that regardless of whether we are in the organic market, whether we enter through organic or inorganic strategy. So we feel that if that is something that we anyways have to build on, we would rather do it for ourselves so that it's beneficial in the longer run, even when we want to diversify into different products.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Team XLRI. Congratulations on your first performance. That was good. Next up, we have Team DRS from this very own campus, SPJMR. Can we please have them on stage?
You guys definitely have an amazing crowd cheer and a crowd support. So do you feel the pressure of it as well?
We feel support.
Till he's setting up, you can answer.
Yeah. So first of all, very excited to be here. And instead of pressure, we feel immense support from our batchmates here. They have come in huge numbers to support us. And we hope that we will we'll try to put our 100% here, and we'll try to match their expectations.
I really hope your home ground support is going to work in your favor. Just one last question. What do you think about the case study and how relevant do you think it is in the current terms?
See, there are a lot of case competitions which happen every year, but it was absolute delight to see CaseComp keeping in mind finance enthusiasts like us. So thanks to Mondelēz for that. This being an amalgamation of finance plus other things, we feel that it was a very unique kind of, and we really enjoyed doing all kind of number crunching, looking at trends, and come out with the solutions.
So with that, all the very best, and may the best team win. Over to you guys.
Thank you.
We can have 10 minutes on the timer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dhruv, and along with Rutuja and Shobit, we, Team DRS, are here to present our analysis of market entry routes for ABC Limited into Indian savory snacks market. The flow of presentation is as follows. We start with an overview of Indian savory snacks market, an executive summary, some FMCG trends in India, followed by a quantitative and qualitative analysis of both the market entry routes, post which we'll shed some light on the evaluation of key FMCG sectors, shaping and reshaping trends, and conclude our presentation with some actionable insights. According to the State of Snacking Report 2024, by Mondelēz, worldwide, 91% of people have at least one snack daily. And on an average, people eat more than twice as a meal replacement, snacks as meal replacement. And this trend is on the rise as Gen Z and millennials are preferring several small meals over the day instead of some large meals. As highlighted by Nuvama research, the size of the market in FY23 was 79,000 crores in India, and it's poised to reach around 1.2 lakhs crore by 2027. As ABC Limited finalizes on entering this market, we analyze both organic and inorganic routes, on which details will follow in the next parts of the presentation. The FMCG sector has been seeing some headwinds in past several quarters, but as the RBI announces rate cuts and tax rebates by central government, we see some cheer in the market as demand is set to rebound. Coming to snacking, it being a huge chunk of the FMCG market, we see that it is being shaped by healthy snacking trends. Hence, companies are investing into R&D for developing such products. As part of this executive summary, we also have laid out a strategic action plan, starting with the R&D investments to risk mitigation strategies. All of these steps in this action plan are continuous in nature, and hence we think that are to be required to be undertaken regularly. Next comes the quantitative analysis of the options available.
So let's dive into the numbers. First up, we have the organic entry route. So there'll be an initial capital outlay of rupees 100 crores, and it will take 2 years to build the capacity and launch the 3 brands under the portfolio. Post the launch in year 3, we see negative cash flows due to tight margins, followed by 100 crore additional expenditure in year 4 for line expansion that has to be incurred. However, margins will stabilize and increase starting from year 5, and we get to see net positive cash flows. And after that, we take the present value of these net cash flows and arrive at a base NPV of rupees 374 crores. However, we also have to account for the fact that there's a 40% probability of failure, and after accounting for the same, we get a final expected NPV of rupees 225 crores. Additionally, we've also calculated the profitability index, which is essentially the ratio of your PV of cash flows to the initial investment, and that comes at around 4.8 times for the organic route. Now, coming to the inorganic route, ABC can acquire XYZ Private Limited, which is an emerging player in the savory snacks market. However, acquiring it would require an upfront payment of 1,500 crore rupees by ABC. So we calculate the free cash flows of XYZ, and we take the present value of the same, and we arrive at an intrinsic value that stands at rupees 2,049 crores, which gives us an NPV of rupees 549 crores. So now, in the raw financial terms, it may seem that the inorganic route appears to yield a higher NPV. However, we need to interpret this further in the context of strategic alignment and the long-term brand objectives.
So now we can further dwell into the qualitative analysis for a better strategic perspective. So as per our analysis, we listed some of the opportunities and pitfalls for both of the entry options. So firstly, talking about the organic entry, the major benefits of taking this entry route will be the strong control over the operations along with flexibility. Secondly, investment done in stages, and the existing cultural alignment facilitating easy integration. Moreover, the savory snack business will overlap the existing target group of ABC Limited, due to which it can leverage the existing distribution channels for selling the new products. Whereas some potential risks that we observed were delayed entry into the market and a higher learning curve, and the opportunity cost that would be involved into building of the in-house capacity. On the other hand, for the inorganic entry, it will help to capitalize in the existing market presence and the expertise, but major drawback is that the inorganic way has integration risk, which will limit the synergy effect. According to a HBR study, around 70 to 90% M&As fail to succeed due to misvaluation and cultural integration issues. Moreover, external factors such as regulatory hurdles and brand perception mismatch might confuse loyal consumers or create identity conflicts. So when taken into consideration both quantitative and qualitative factors, we can sum it up by saying that organic entry ensures better control, long-term capability building, and brand customization, making it the preferred strategy. Moving ahead, now we will talk about some important sector-shaping trends.
As food products such as edible oil, spices, sugar, and food grains are important inputs for many FMCG products, it is important to look at food inflation trends. Food inflation in India from past couple of years have been consistently above 7% due to several reasons such as heat waves, uneven monsoons, and some global supply chain disruptions. These factors have led to higher input costs as well as they leave less money in the hands of customer, therefore dampening demand. And this dual weep has put pressure on FMCG margins, resulting in slower growth. However, recent trends suggest that food inflation is stabilizing. Coming to next major trend is quick commerce. Quick commerce is set to explode, experiencing revenue growth projections being 13 times by 2030. This surge is driven by huge addition of dark stores, which can house up to 12,000 stock keeping units. This helps in rapid order fulfillment and a wider product variety. As consumers' adoption rises of quick commerce, we observe a trend signaling a fundamental shift in the way people shop for everyday essentials. And how can we not talk about social media? With social media user base poised to reach 1 billion plus in India by 2030, digital platforms are becoming the bedrock of modern marketing, shaping consumer opinions and behaviors. There is another interesting trend under social media, which is of micro-influencers. Micro-influencers with dedicated and loyal audience are emerging as a cost-effective marketing channel, strengthening the connection between brands and consumers.
So for the optimal risk on the risk mitigation front, we need to invest in the market research and innovation to stay relevant with the current changing times. Also, optimizing on the procurements and building a resilient supply chain will help to gain edge over the competitors. Also, we can recruit cross-industry talent to bring in proven expertise, and we should adopt to evolving consumer preferences with the data-driven insights. At the same time, we are also focusing on capitalizing on high growth opportunities. As the disposable income is rising, we should leverage the quick commerce for the better accessibility. Maximizing brand impact via social media and influencer collaborations. Thirdly, driving digital transformation through AI and analytics. And expanding into rural markets by adapting SKU strategy by providing varied pack sizes and implementing regional flavors.
So the culmination of these efforts translates into key actionable insights. That is, 1, investing in analytics for data-driven decision-making. 2, forming strategic partnerships for long-term growth. And finally, ensuring robust financial planning to manage uncertainties and scale efficiently. Additionally, we also believe that ABC should focus on ESG initiatives such as sustainable sourcing, decarbonizing the supply chain, and promoting mindful and healthy snacking by developing such products. Through these initiatives, we aim to make snacking not just delicious, but also responsible, ensuring a positive impact on both consumers and the environment. With this, we, Team DRS, would like to conclude by saying that build for the future and not just for today. With this, we conclude our presentation and we open for Q&A. Thank you.
So, hello. Yeah. So I think on the first one, the market entry strategy. Again, on the NPV, you are getting more than double in the inorganic one, which is around 550 crore is what it is coming. And maybe just on the numbers side, when I was seeing, even in inorganic, you are getting some positive cash flows in year 0 itself. So how would that be explained?
So that for the year 0 part, that was essentially us describing like the base numbers that were given in the case. So we start building from year 0. That was the initial numbers of XYZ when we would acquire it. And then starting from year 1, that would be when our assumptions would come into picture and we forecast our the cash flows. So that was just a presentation of like the year 0 cash flow that are then we build on to that.
And with say 550 NPV, assuming it is right, and we are getting, are we not getting this inorganic entry at a very cheap valuation? Why would we not go for that?
Sir, in the raw NPV terms, the inorganic entry seems profitable as 550 crores around of NPV. But if we look at other matrices such as return on investment and the profitability index comes at around 1.4 for inorganic, while it is above 4 for the organic entry. Another thing is return on investment, which is above 100% for organic, while it is just around 30% for inorganic. Therefore, these factors are there. And other than these factors, there are qualitative factors which we have.
Can you elaborate on return on investment 100%, more than 100% for organic?
So,
how are you calculating that?
So it is we are calculating it as the ratio of the NPV and the investment over the period we are making. So around 200 crore of investment is being made, and the NPV is coming at around 200 something, 260 crores, I guess.
Okay. Is that the right metric to make a business investment of such tune, and that too for a category which we are not present as of now, but we want to enter?
Okay. So, sir, I would here say that for entering, for making this kind of decision, there are several matrices we need to look at. So, and we can't just make a decision on the NPV number. Therefore, we are looking at several matrices along with qualitative factors.
Okay.
Okay, great. Dhruv, Shobit, Rutuja, good presentation and well done on that. Couple of things. I really liked the way you started on the category analysis and the size of market. That was a good thing. A couple of things which I want to understand. When you talk about inorganic growth, you never spoke about synergies that it will bring in. There are a lot of synergy opportunities. Do you think that there could be opportunity or there would not be any opportunity around synergies?
Right, sir. So for the synergies aspect, as it was also mentioned in the case study, that there are limited synergies between ABC and XYZ, primarily because the XYZ's operations and its capabilities are very different from that of ABC. So that was one of the main things that we saw in terms of potential drawback in the inorganic strategy. Second was that there was also a mention about how regulatory hurdles and the bidding wars and also some due diligence risk that might lead to more, let's say, an increased valuation for XYZ. So these are also some things that we have to keep in mind apart from the quantitative numbers as we had explained.
I was looking for the answer. Good, thanks. Second is on inflation. You did not, I could not see or I do not recollect whether you included what could it lead to as a positive outcome of the current scenario of inflation. Is there anything in your mind?
So, current recent trend suggests that food inflation is stabilizing in India. It has come under the 6% upper band of the RBI tolerance limits. And coupling it with the recent rebates announced by central government and RBI rate cuts, we feel that the demand will boost and inflation will be under control because of first of all, normal monsoon prediction for the year. And secondly, globally, the commodity prices are also under control currently.
But how will it impact your decision-making process, whether make or buy? How will it impact?
Okay, so there are two things here. As the input costs are rationalized, therefore, I think the organic thing make much sense because we can build up procurement capabilities at cheaper cost. Secondly, due to rate cuts, the funding is also cheaper, therefore organic growth. Building organically can be cheaper due to lower fund costs.
So Team DRS, one question from my side. You're proposing an organic entry into an 80,000 crore snacking universe, and that too savory. And this is a space where ABC currently doesn't have capabilities. So now as you scanned and you said it's a huge universe, and there again there are multiple product formats with huge repertoire. Have you scanned and seen where does ABC have the maximum right to win? And would you have any suggestions in terms of the specific product formats they must enter with this organic route?
Yeah, definitely, sir. So, for ABC Limited, sir. So, the 80,000 crore market, I would like to divide it into two parts, organized and unorganized. Majority of the Indian savory snacks market is unorganized market, and it includes the local suppliers of maybe namkeens, cookies, biscuits, and all. Coming to the organized part or ABC synergies, what I feel is ABC is into sweet snacks. So a product which it can start with, in which it has huge right to win, is savory cookies, because it is making sweet cookies and sweet biscuits already. Tweaking little bit of inputs and the production process can get they can get the sweet cookies and biscuits output at almost similar costs. Secondly, the supply chain of both is almost same, so therefore they can leverage that as well to enter the market quickly.
You mentioned you will make a investment in digital, yeah, in quick commerce. So being a CFO, want to understand how you will measure the ROI, what you will get out of it, and how to have a good ROI. So what's in your mind?
As a CFO, what I can do is I can partner with the quick commerce firm for quick commerce companies for a preferential listing of our products on their platform. Now we need to give some amount to them for sponsoring sponsored listings on their platform. And in terms of ROI, what we can measure is that incremental revenue we are getting due to that preferential listing upon the investment we are making in that preferential listing.
How that number look like?
Sir, I feel that most of the quick commerce purchases are impulse buys, and people generally buy what is coming right at the start of the platform page or app. So if we are putting our products at the top, therefore it is it will increase our revenue, and we can measure using that incremental number.
No distinctive advantage. Every company can do that.
I agree with you, sir. But here I think the brand image of ABC Limited and its brand power can help, because if ABC Limited is a huge brand and people are looking for its product, then there is a synergy with quick commerce companies as well. They would also like to list your products at the top because people want to buy them.
Thank you so much, Team SPJMR, for the presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Now I would like to welcome Team Conquerors from IIMK on stage, please. Hello, Team Conquerors. How do you feel being here, and how do you feel utilizing the theoretical concepts that you've prepared in class, in your curriculum, being applied in a real-time use case, like in a case problem? What are your thoughts on the transition from theoretical to practical application?
I mean, it was a great learning. We got to learn a lot from each stages of this competition. And just as you rightly mentioned, we had a course on corporate finance just last time itself, and it felt really good to apply those concepts in a real-world case competition like this. It was an insightful experience. Yeah.
Great to hear that. All the very best, guys.
Thank you.
Please, you will rock the stage. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. We are Team Conquerors from IIM Kozhikode, and let's understand ABC Private Limited dilemma. It has a lucrative opportunity to enter into 80,000 crore Indian savory snacks market, which is projected to grow at 16% CAGR. To succeed, we must choose between two strategies: organic or inorganic. In organic strategy, ABC Private Limited has to build its own brand from scratch, and in inorganic strategy, they have to acquire an existing company, that is XYZ Limited. Now let us look at some key FMCG trends. The FMCG sector is transforming, which is driven by rising middle class income, a young population which prefers convenience through e-commerce and social media, and companies are also targeting these Gen Zs and millennials through influencer marketing. Also, post-COVID, people are becoming more health conscious, and which is driving the demand for healthier snacking options as well. Sustainability has also become a priority, where consumers are preferring eco-friendly packaging. Now let us look at some industry landscape. The savory snacks market is highly competitive, which is led by Haldiram, ITC, PepsiCo, and some regional players like Balaji Wafers and Bikaji. In this market, major players are achieving more than 25% of returns on their capital employed. And organized players control majority of the market, with their demand concentrated in northern and western India. There are some challenges as well, like rising raw material cost, supply chain issues, price-sensitive consumers, and alternative snacking options like biscuits and chocolate.
We stand at a crossroad, and we had two options: whether we should build our own brand or to acquire the existing brand. The organic route requires the upfront investment of 100 crores for R&D and team restructuring. And after 2 years, we will be launching our products under 3 different brand names. And after calculating the cash flow generated from the business at 12% discounting factor, we have achieved a positive NPV of 431 crores. However, there is a 40% chances of failure as well. So we have assumed that the initial investment will not generate any cash flow and which results in a negative NPV of 100 crores for the chances of failure. So the weighted expected NPV of organic route comes out to be positive 219 crores. On the other hand, we could enter into the market with faster approach by acquiring the company XYZ Private Limited. We have adjusted the cash flow from revenue with the change in working capital as well as change in capital expenditure. And after discounting the free cash flow at 12% discounting factor, considering the acquisition cost as 1,500 crores, results in a negative NPV of 94 crores. So, on the quantitative front, organic route is viable for the company. Number tells us what's possible, but strategy tells us what's sustainable. So, let's shift our focus from quantitative to qualitative evaluation. On one hand, choosing the organic route is like building our home brand, is like building a home brand, is like building a home house from scratch. It gives us complete brand control, the ability to position our product uniquely, and the flexibility to scale operation in response to market demands. However, it comes with risk like high investment cost, slower time to market, and stiff competition from established players like Haldiram and PepsiCo. On the other hand, the inorganic route allows us to acquire ready-made business. It's like stepping into a fully furnished house with a strong foundation. It offers faster market entry, lower risk, and access to existing customer base. But it's not without challenge. Integration complexities, high acquisition costs, and the potential dependence on outdated system is the main problem here. We have also evaluated the qualitative factors using decision matrix model, and the inorganic route surpasses the organic route. However, to ensure its viability on the quantitative front, we recommend ABC Private Limited to renegotiate the deal at 1,186 crores to bring NPV at par with organic strategy. Alternatively, if ABC Private Limited is confident in achieving higher growth rate of 10.4%, then inorganic route seems to be a feasible option for ABC Private Limited.
Now let's dissect the key FMCG sector that are shaping the industry. First, let's talk about social media. Picture a young consumer scrolling through Instagram. They see their favorite influencer online, and they quickly go to the Blinkit and place the order online. This is the power of influencer-driven sales. Imagine millions of active users spending hours online. Social media is not just a marketing tool, it's a sales engine. We can leverage social media to build trust and authenticity, even build stronger brand connection. Target marketing campaigns on Instagram and YouTube can help us reach the right audience. But with all the opportunities, risk exists. Over-reliance on influencers could backfire if the credibility shifts. Now let's talk about food inflation. Global supply chain disruptions like Russia-Ukraine war has affected cooking oil supplies, and domestic factors like heat waves and increased MSP have squeezed the margins. This has also affected consumers as they are opting for affordable pricing options and cutting back on non-essential items. This trend presents both opportunity and risk. We need to position our products economically so that we can cater to price-sensitive consumers. However, volatile raw material cost and reduced discretionary spending pose challenges that we must carefully manage, so cost leadership is something that should be ingrained in our vision. Now moving on to quick commerce, this $3 billion ship is all set to hit $9 million by 2028. This is not just about speed, it's about last mile dominance. Quick commerce offers a massive opportunity as 31% of the urban Indians are using quick commerce applications to buy their online groceries. By integrating with quick commerce applications, we can ensure rapid delivery and reach urban and semi-urban households. But there are risks too. Intense competition puts downward pressure on pricing, and over-dependence on third-party platform could backfire. Now let's look at the ways how we can mitigate those risks and capitalize on opportunities.
Now let's look on various risks and strategies to mitigate these risks. We will tackle cost volatility through local sourcing and reduce spending with value packs. Pricing pressures can be mitigated through differentiation. Logistic dependencies can be mitigated via channel diversification. Influencer reliance with micro-influencers, and regulatory scrutiny through compliances. These strategies will ensure resilience, innovation, and sustained growth. Now, our message to CFO's office. Based on our quantitative evaluation, organic strategy is viable as it is giving us a positive NPV, whereas the inorganic strategy is viable only if the acquisition cost is below 1,186 crore. For our qualitative evaluation, we have developed a decision matrix model where we analyze more than 20 qualitative factors by assigning them weights according to their priorities, and then it resulted favoring inorganic strategy. Now we will recommend, what we recommend is to do a due diligence for both the qualitative and quantitative assumptions before making any final conclusion.
Now I would like to discuss about the next step for the CFO's office. Our immediate focus is on securing favorable deal terms and to structure the deal to balance cash and equity consideration and to ensure all regulatory and compliance framework are fulfilled by the company. Financial structuring and funding strategy. We have to explore options including equity, debt, or the optimal mix of both to maintain the desired weighted average cost of capital. Due diligence and risk mitigation is must for the company. This involves reviewing the acquiree financial health, operation capabilities, and legal standings. Integration planning for a smooth transition. We have to align our team and cultures, integrate technologies and operations, and consolidate financial systems. This approach ensures we realize the full value of synergies and set the stage for sustainable growth. So, as we stand at this crossroad, we are not just choosing between two paths. We are choosing the future of ABC Private Limited, and with a well-negotiated acquisition, like negotiating at 1,186 crore, or believing that we can achieve a growth higher, that is 10.4%, then inorganic route will be viable for the company. And we are not just entering the market, we are entering the market with confidence, agility, and a strong foundation for the growth. Thank you. We are open for the Q&A.
Thank you, Team Conquerors. Nice, well presented. Going to your point on the risk mitigation for the insights like logistical challenges, you said data partnership. How does logistics problem get solved by data partnership? And second, you mentioned improve branding. How can logistical problem solved by a branding? Yeah, logistics dependence, diversify channel, enhance branding, negotiate data partnership. That's a mitigation strategy.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, for logistic dependencies, so we can diversify our channels. For example, maybe we have various channels. For example, it is seen that the grocery channel, for example, in the case of ITC, they have used their grocery channel for their brand, for like increasing sales of their bingo chips along with their cigarettes. So we can diversify, we can use those channels to, reduce our dependency on logistics.
Enhance branding and negotiate data partnership, what does this two allude to?
I mean, with the help of, like, for example, ITC, I mean, they had already was a market leader in tobacco, and with that, they can with that branding, they also used a bingo to sell, and they enhance their branding.
Logistics. We are mixing marketing and logistics.
Yeah, we can use the data from the dark stores like Blinkit and Zepto. They have data from them, and we can understand like what kind of product that certain geography is asking for. Then, based on that, we can reduce the dependency on the logistics. Like if we have a better idea of what kind of products a certain geography is asking for, then we can position our products to those geographically only and reduce dependency on third-party logistics.
Is it a demand problem or is it a logistics problem?
Actually, it's kind of both, because we don't know which product get demands from which location. So we need to streamline our logistics based on that.
Sir, it is a logistic problem as well because because of the global supply chain issues also, logistic issues will be there, because we require palm oil, we require cooking oil, and if we are able to forecast our sales appropriately, then only we can procure our raw materials.
Okay, so diversifying channel, enhancing branding, and negotiate data partnership will help solve your problem of palm oil imports.
Sir, not the palm oil imports, but every sector of raw material, like procurement as well, on the sales side as well.
Okay. And your opportunities, use quick commerce data for tailored campaigns.
Yes, sir.
How does this correlate to your mitigation strategy? Data partnership, using quick commerce data.
The point that I mentioned, that using quick commerce dark store data, we can use that data to personalize our campaigns.
So demand generation would be the solve, not the logistics. Okay, let's move on. On the your recommendation for organic was if in chance of failure, you will have a zero cash generation, 100 million down the drain.
Yes, sir.
So you will just invest the capex, not do anything, because to create a raw material, you would need a raw material cost as well. Will that not be part of your consideration? That's an additional cost which will go down the drain?
Sir, actually we are investing 100 crores in the initial year for R&D and team restructuring. R&D may be for to develop the market, what the user preference, what the user want a taste. And team restructuring, it is not about investing in working capital or procuring inventory. It's about R&D and team restructuring.
So it's a failure at innovation stage itself. That's the risk you're trying to capture.
Yes, sir. We assume that we are not able to launch our product, or we are not able to get a proper product market fit as well.
Okay, and your recommendation is inorganic.
Yes, sir.
Now, at a certain price point, you said the valuation is 1175 odd.
1,186 crores.
Yeah. So in case that doesn't come, you don't do anything. Sit idle. Do
No,
nothing.
sir.
5-star.
No, sir. We have other options as well. 1,186 crores is the NPV. If we are able to negotiate at 1,186 crores, we are able to achieve the NPV, which is at NPV of the organic route. However, if we are able to negotiate at 1,406 crore as well, then also we will be able to achieve a positive NPV. However, if we believe that if we are able to increase our growth rate, that is mentioned in the case that 10% is our growth rate. If we are able to increase our growth rate, or if we believe that our growth rate can exceed to 10.4% only, 0.4% only, then also we are able to achieve the positive NPV.
So whether it is 1,500 also, you will still recommend to buy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And there are other factors as well. For the, not on the basis of NPV, we should also look other ratios like inventory turnover ratio. And inventory turnover ratios of the inventory turnover ratio, price to sales ratio, cost to sales ratio, net profit margin. The net profit margin of the market leader like BKG is 11%. And the XYZ Private Limited net margin ratio is 15%, which is very good. And our day sales outstanding is only 10 days. So it is also very good for the company. And we also have a COGS to sales ratio 75. We also have a price to sales ratio of 8.3%, which is at par with the industry. And when we look to inventory turnover ratio, which is 19 for BKG, and our inventory turnover ratio comes out to be 55 days. It shows that there is a crunch in the distribution channel of XYZ Private Limited, and this is a homegrown company. It is mainly grown by the family members, so they are willing to sell their company. So we can better negotiate them. And there is maybe they are the regional players. They don't have a much distribution channel. And ABC have the very good distribution channel. With the help of that synergy, we will be able to reduce the inventory turnover ratio as well and get a better working capital.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just building on that, and first of all, I think Team Conqueror very well presented. You had a balanced approach.
Thank you, sir.
Building on this, you are recommending negotiate the price to bring it down to whatever lesser than 1,500 crore. So can you recommend few strategies to the CFO? How would they negotiate the price in such a fierce competition when everybody would be behind that brand to buy and then come into the market as soon as possible?
Sir, there are certain strategies like we can also get into we can also make a proper debt to equity mix, or we can partial acquisition of the company as well. However, in the case it is written that 100% acquisition is required, we can give them partial shares of Mondelēz International or ABC Private Limited, which they will be willing to get because they will be able to invest their money as well. And we can also defer their payments, like if we are able to achieve a certain rate of interest, certain rate of growth, or after few initial due diligence, then only we will pursue for 1,500 crores.
Any specific strategies where we can negotiate, like they would have arrived 1,500 crore basis some valuation? What sort of pointers a CFO or the negotiator will go to see I can bring it down to maybe 1,200 crores? So what sort of pointers can be there?
Sir, pointer may be that they don't have a much distribution channel. If we are able to get a good distribution channel, where we are able to integrate our synergy with XYZ Private Limited, we will be able to grow their business. Or we can acquire a majority stake in the company, like 51% or 60%, and they will still hold 40%. Then also it will be good for the company as well, XYZ Private Limited as well as for ABC Private Limited. And they will be willing to negotiate because they will get returns in future as well from their business, but much higher returns which they are generating now.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team. I am Koikot for that. Team Conquerors. Can we have one round of applause for the team? Thank you. Moving on, we welcome Team Phoenix from IIFT. Welcome Rajesh, Lisha, and Umang. How do you guys feel? You've already seen 3 teams before you. Do you think that you have a competitive advantage in terms of Q&A? Because when the judges were asking them questions, you would have just, oh, if this comes for me, I'm going to answer this. Do you think you have that advantage?
Somewhat we would say yes. So like it's a human tendency to answer those questions. But coming to how we are feeling, a bit nervous, a bit excited. And yes, let's see how it goes.
All the very best for that. I would just request you to stand closer to the podium because this is a YouTube live link, right?
Yes.
And the black just gets camouflaged.
Thank you.
With that, just before the team starts, one last reminder to everyone. Make sure that you have your LinkedIn posts updated and you do post about this event. The 2 top posts are expected to get a very, very interesting goodie bag and a hamper. So go on, keep posting. Over to you guys. Thank you so much.
Imagine you're the CFO of ABC, a leading FMCG company, and you have the opportunity to think that either you have to think of a snack building market, or you have to tackle how to deal with the ever evolving FMCG sectors. Good evening, everyone. We're Team Phoenix from IIFT, and we are here to help you shape the future of your company. Our main focus is whether to build or buy. So we have to think about a lot of other aspects, and we evaluated them on the basis of quantitative and qualitative evaluation. And then we came up with an implementation timeline of our chosen situation. And there are some other factors which will affect both the strategies irrespective of whatever path we choose. And then there comes the FMCG trends, which might be a risk or an opportunity for us, and hence we thought of some strategies through which we can take them as our opportunity in the best way.
Now, these 2 chocolates look identical, right? But then when you look closer, one of them is full and the other one is half empty. Now, this is the exact kind of decision that we faced, where both of them look identical on the top, but then we have to delve deeper to find the cost benefits. And one strategy has a lower investment, but a high chance of failure, and the other offers an immediate profitability, but at a hefty price. So which path will we take? So our NPV analysis shows similar NPVs for both the strategies. So in our organic growth opportunity, we have an NPV of 136 crores. This is not working. And we have assumed further investments in the organic strategy after year 2 of decreasing amounts until the end. And then this has a 40% probability of failure, and we have assumed an expected NPV loss of 50 crores, which we factored into the calculations. And these margins are the profit after tax. We assume that it's the profit after tax to make both the NPV calculations comparable. And then we get stabilized margins after year 6. And then coming to the inorganic growth opportunity, we have an NPV of 130 crores, and we have factored into it the annual material labor inflation and annual COGS reduction. And then we can see immediate operating incomes of 26 crores outright in year 1 in the inorganic growth opportunity. And we factored in depreciation just to make both of them comparable, because this was net margins. So we also wanted to make this net margins as well. And then we see this has efficient working capital management, and we also got the immediate operating income. And this also boasts favorable metrics. We have increasing sales and EBITDA margins and a reducing overhead ratio. Now, in both strategies, we assumed a perpetual growth rate of 10% in line with the perpetual sales growth. And with both strategies having similar NPVs, the real question is what beyond the numbers will tip the scales? Let's just dig deeper. In business, time is money. In FMCG, time is liquid gold. It's invaluable yet elusive. If we don't grab it, it will slip from our hands. And this forms the foundation of our whole evaluation. The organic strategy has a lower initial capital outlay and good control over product development, but it has a longer time to market. And due to this time factor, we'll be playing catch up with the competitors. It has a steep learning curve and a 40% probability of failure. But in the inorganic opportunity, we have an instant market presence and established revenue stream. We'll have integration complexities and potential hidden liabilities, but we can target this using integration plans and budgets and conducting a thorough due diligence. Now, when we acquire, we can eliminate competitive threats like Apple did when it acquired Beats. It incorporated Beats' software into iTunes. And then, like how Zydus acquired Heinz India, it already gained established distribution networks, and it got simplified entry into the regulated markets as well. And for the immediate market share gain, when Marico acquired Beardo, it instantly became a player in that market, and it also got rapid portfolio diversification. Now, there were 3,500 mergers and acquisitions last year alone, amounting to $3 billion only in the worldwide FMCG sector. So that is why we suggest the buy strategy, and we also drew up an implementation plan for 5 years. And moving on to the next item on our agenda.
Now, imagine you enter into a store, grabbing a quick snack, and you are thinking that, okay, I'll get my favorite dairy milk. But wait, it's not ₹5 anymore, but you still buy it. The price has increased, the size has shortened a bit. But these are the fundamental shifts, not in just FMCG sectors, but also in the consumer behavior. So here if we see, food inflation averaged 6.3% in the past 5 years, and cocoa prices surged up to 5 times. And at the same time, wheat and sugar prices followed the suit too. And if we look at these articles and talk about a few numbers, raw materials account for 50 to 60% of cost, which squeezes not just our margins, but also profitability. And talking about one more factor, since it's considering it's a risk, one more focus area should be a premium chocolate market. Since in India and worldwide too, there is a growth in that factor. And also, apart from that, in the quick commerce sector, we know that 254% CAGR is there. And these news headlines clearly indicates that 50% of impulse purchases are driven by smaller SKUs and bundle growth. So our focus should be on that. And coming to social media part, so micro-influencers, social commerce, video-centric content creation, as we all of us know, are a new trend. And these primary surveys mention that 71% and 64% of Gen Zs are buying products recommended by influencers. So we should focus on micro-influencers as well as hyper-local influencers. Now, what if I tell you, from 2 cocoa beans, you can get a closed cocoa butter close to what we get from 4 tons of traditional cocoa? Yes, that is what cocoa tech startups are focusing on. So we are suggesting ABC to invest in cocoa tech startups and focus on cocoa sustainability and reinventing cocoa development. And also we should focus on commodity futures by hedging against raw material inflation. And at the same time, alternative ingredients and AI-powered pricing should be our focus. Now coming to growth of quick commerce as a channel. So our data is new gold. And our focus should be on retail analytics integration alongside some gamified shopping experiences and negotiating platform fees. Since in the previous graph we mentioned that there are several big players that we would already be collaborating with. And finally, for social media, a snack loyalty program can make a single buyer, one-time buyer into a long-term customer. So a loyalty program is a must, And at the same time, as we already mentioned, investing in micro-influencer campaigns alongside regional content should be a focus. And of course, the other staying agile with digital trends should be our focus. And OTT platform content and regional content should be our one of the focus. Now.
So now next steps for CFO's office is that the first thing that CFO's office should focus on is ensuring the smooth integration of XYZ with ABC and monitor its performance through KPIs regularly to ensure a smooth and successful acquisition. Then reviewing hedging strategies and developing new ones in line with the current trends. After that, the allocation of budgets for investing in Coco-Tech startups and retail analytics can also be done. Then they can get started on the digital media investment strategy by developing financial models for cost-effective digital loyalty rewards to funding real-time consumer trends monitoring tools. Then the last step is that they can take into monitor the industry for potential acquisitions and also take care of the future financial stability.
So the annexures include further detailed quantitative analysis of the buy decision that we did, including the NPV analysis, key ratios, and how we arrived at that figure. And we also did a Monte Carlo simulation, which gives us the average NPV in a lot of other scenarios. And we also determined a probability of loss, 2.7%. And we did the alternative options that we can do after the acquisition and the possible NPVs that we get in each of these. And our IRR analysis also tells us that the project is profitable. And we are Team Phoenix from IIFT. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Phoenix. So, Rajesh, Lisha, and Umang. So, I think coming to the FMCG trends first, you have mentioned AI-based pricing as one of the key enabler to manage the inflation. Can you build around that? How will, in a price-sensitive market like India, AI-based pricing, how it would work and how it can benefit any FMCG company?
So since all of us, whenever we go to any of the quick commerce, since these are the recent channels, when we buy, we see that sometimes when the prices are surged, we get a higher prices for the same products, and when there is a low demand, we get lower prices. So this is the simple concept behind AI-powered pricing, that, and also for regional purchasing power, our focus should be on them. Since you mentioned that there are different dynamics in different parts of India, and one festival at a point of time in a region might not be a festival in another point. So the AI-powered pricing should, the investing in such startups or collaborating with such firms will help ABC to gather pricing that will, in the long run, benefit them.
Would it benefit the retailer or quick com company, or would it benefit the FMCG company?
So it will be benefiting the FMCG companies, and quick commerce companies generally take a percentage cut of the part, and apart from the for the retailer part, this is not entirely applicable for the retailer part, but for the quick commerce and new channels of growth, we plan to focus on this.
What does consumers get, the shopper get out of this?
So shopper gets more reduced prices when at the times of when there's not much demand. At the same times, when in the high festive season, if they buy it for their it's more about demand and supply. So they demand.
Are you saying are you camouflaging promotion with AI powered pricing?
Actually, sir, I would not say it's camouflaging AI-powered pricing with that, but we are adjusting prices dynamically for affordability. So
in India, we have a concept of MRP, right? Maximum retail price.
Yes.
Can I go beyond that?
No, sir. But
and if you're selling less than that, it's a promotion.
Sir, but if we are selling a bundled prices of that we generally do in quick commerce.
Elaborate bundle pricing.
So, for example, if I am buying, if I bought 40 rupees Cadbury Dairy Milk, and generally I get since I get an option, if I buy it for 1, I get a rupees 40, but I buy it for rupees 30. I buy 3, then I get 1 for 38. So if I generally order this, so the AI and the data in the backend knows that it should always suggest me. So I usually do it, and that's why it would be suggesting me more compared to you. For example, you wouldn't always go for a 3 rather than 1. Saving those 6 rupees.
So 6 rupees. So you compromise on the repeat purchases then.
Sir, I didn't get the last.
So if you order 3, suppose if I have 1 Dairy Milk bar per day, in next 3 days I'll not do any ordering, right?
Sir, but
or will I have 3 in 1 day now because I got it 6 rupees discount?
Sir, but overall, our target is, for example, the brand ABC will be solding those 3 only.
So what is the consumer-centric approach? It's not a consumer. So you're not thinking about the consumer, end consumer. You're thinking about ABC only. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Since we need to
consumers generate demand, not ABC can only cater demand. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Vignesh. Go.
Yeah, I mean, team, first of all, good presentation and analysis presented by you. So most of the trends that you're talking about is in the chocolate category, whereas the idea or the premise of the case is foray into savory snacks. Yes. The trends do not resemble a lot or display a lot in the savory snack segment. So what are the trends there? Because your advice to CFO's office is based on the category where they're already a leader.
Yes. So, sir, some of these trends, these are the trends that are affecting in the overall channel. So it was never mentioned about the chocolate brand, for example, the ABC. But we are focusing on, since this is an already growing trend, so we should focus on the savory market. And at the same time, sir, raw material prices, the growth of quick commerce, this affect both the ABC and XYZ.
Your next slide.
Oh, yes, sir. Recommendation. This, right?
Sir, so we didn't concentrate only on the savory market, but on the overall FMCG sector, and we assume that ABC Limited is a leader in the chocolate market, and most of the revenue of it depends on cocoa. So that is why it was centered around
got
chocolates.
it wrong. ABC brand has outlined the following details, and they into a savory. So it's a chocolate market. Where is it mentioned in the case study? It's a chocolate company.
It's not mentioned as a chocolate company. It's a leading.
It might have been an oversight on our part, sir. Sorry.
Coming to your first selection which you have made on whether you go for a M&A rather than like organic part of it.
Yes, sir.
In terms of you have a good brand equity here, already existing brand equity. So you are choosing growth over brand equity, organic, going for inorganic versus organic, and
we're
choosing
choosing
growth over
inorganic,
the
sir.
brand equity to build your own brand, to take the existing brand along.
Yes, sir. To buy a
So
brand.
how do you see this brand equity versus growth? How you will ensure that the brand equity of the ABC, which is already there, remains intact and it doesn't get compromised in overall?
Sir, so recently HUL acquired Minimalist, and it doesn't need to significantly rebrand Minimalist because it already has its own market, and maybe aligning it with HUL might shift the target segment, and then people might be looking at it in a different perspective. So if it is already working for them, maybe they can just let it go as it's going, and then strengthen that existing strategy and retain the existing brand value of the target company.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one on the NPV calculation. I think in the organic one also you are assuming few investments right from year 3 itself. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
which is 25, 20, 15, 10. Why would that be required if just year before that we are investing 100 crores?
Sir, we never know what exact capital expenditure might arise, and depending on the results that we get, then we probably keep investing more and more.
But you have assumption for growth, yeah?
Sir?
Growth assumption is already there with you, basis which you have calculated revenue.
Yes, sir.
And then why would we invest more unnecessary, almost another 70, 80 crores?
Sir, so...
Like where can that investment go, basis you? The 25, 20, 15, 10, which is there in the investment
yes, sir.
line. So where would that investment go generally if you're investing?
So these that investment can generally be, since we are this is a build strategy. So that will be in the initial years it would be marketing that firm, and then strengthening our distribution channel, and at the same time.
Sir, so we assume that it was growing, but then we don't have any capital expenditure figures at all. It was all profit and loss statement figures. So we thought that it would be more realistic to include that continued flow.
Okay. But you didn't assume what exactly that investment will bring to the company as benefits?
So the actual growth is what we tied the investment to the growth that was already given in the problem statement.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team. Now, before we call on to the next team, we have a small activity for you guys. Everyone.
Can we call upon 9 volunteers of 3 teams, 3 each? Can we call upon any 9 volunteers on stage, please, for a quick fun activity? This is just going to be a 1-minute game, so if you guys want to volunteer, or we'll have to pick up from the lot.
There's chocolates in there for you.
Yeah.
Easy questions, easy activity, and chocolates to win.
Just you can quickly make up your own teams of 3 or even 2.
It will be a fun game, don't worry, no pressure. The pressure is on the finalists.
All of you guys are one team? Okay. Okay, we've got 2 teams on stage. Can we have one more team?
We need 4 more people. Okay. 1 more person, that's all. Anyone? Thank you. You guys can come over here this side.
Guys, please take the center of the stage.
Just come towards the center. Just form a team of 3 amongst yourselves. You 3?
You can join though.
What will be your team name? 5 seconds to decide. 5 seconds to decide the team name. Do you have a name?
Spark.
Team Spark?
Team 3 stars.
Team 3 stars.
Big 3.
Big 3. Nice. I think we should also have one for the best team name, right? And we can ask the audience which is the best team name. Which is the best team name, guys? Big 3. Is there a story behind Big 3? Okay, I will hand out, yeah.
Let me just hand out notepads to each team.
Just 1 pencil each. 1 second. Sorry? Thoda sa, can you guys come on? The game is pretty simple. You will have 15 seconds on the clock, and if someone can manage the timer, 15 seconds. 15 seconds on the timer. All you have to do is write down as many brands of Mondelēz that you can think of. National and international. Okay, wait, guys. Wait. Patience. And you can put it on your clock.
Yeah, I can do that.
And the time starts now.
Wait. Time hasn't started yet.
It's
just... Okay,
15,
you can start.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. How many do you have? Just the number. 6, 7, 6. Do you guys need 5 more seconds to add any further names that you can? We'll give you 5 more seconds, okay? 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And your time's up, guys.
0.
How many do you have now?
8.
Okay.
9.
Team Spark?
8. Okay, we'll start with the team. Team Spark. Can you call out the names?
Yeah. Cadbury Gems, Cadbury, Silk, Tang, Shorts, Oreo, 5-star, McFlurry.
Sorry, the last one was?
McFlurry.
Mac?
Oreo McFlurry.
Oreo McFlurry. That's a new one. That's a collab, but okay.
Oreo, Perk, Dairy Milk, Crisp, Silk, Bornvita, 5 stars, Choco Bake, Fuse.
Did you have 9 set? Because it was 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You were like, no more one, not even one additional we'll have. Good one, bud. Over to you guys.
Cadbury, Dairy Milk, Mars, Oreo, Perk, Silk.
Sorry, did you say Mars?
Okay, sorry.
Oh.
Okay, sorry. Gems, Shots, and 5 star.
Now you'll have to give at least 5 more or you're disqualified. Apart from these.
Yeah, you can include international brands also. International Mondelēz brands.
Okay, wait. We can have that as the next question. So right now, I think clearly team 3 stars is winning. Big 3. There was so much cheer for you guys. We'll give you one last chance. So don't worry, you guys will get your chocolates. This is the second round of the game. The game is simple. You have to write about international brands. Some of these brands are local. For example, 5 Star is a local brand. Some of these brands are local. You have to make sure the list includes only international brands. It could be Cadbury Dairy Milk as well because it is an international brand. The rules are clear, right? Okay, we have 20 seconds for you for this and your time starts now.
And guys, with this, your time ends now. 20 seconds up. How many do you have?
Stop.
Stop writing, guys. Team Spark, how many have you got?
This
6.
time we're going to check, huh? You can't just add.
And only Mondelēz brands, huh?
Okay. Which ones do we read out? Okay. So this team has CDM, Oreo, Bonvita, Tang, and Shots. Do you think all of these are international brands? If you think, then there is opportunity for us to go international with some of these. But right now, your list is not accurate. Shots, for example, is not an international brand right now. Okay. Dairy Milk, Oreo, and Bonvita.
And
Okay.
Team Big 3. Cadbury, Silk.
Chips Ahoy and Oreo. That's a good one. You've recovered well.
Yeah.
This team has recovered well.
That's a good comeback.
That's a good comeback. So we have a lot of other brands like Toblerone, Lou,
Milka,
Ritz, Milka,
Belvita, Ritz.
a lot of the favorites, right? So yeah, good to check those out. Okay, so we have the top 2 winners. Can we have some chocolates for them, please? Big 3 and 3 star. I think the keyword was 3. You should have added 3 in your team name. Spark 3.
These two teams. Yeah. Feel free.
Pick your
Feel
choose.
free. Yeah. Pick your favorites.
We'll also give it to the first team. They've been jolly and they've participated, so please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And now, before we invite upon the final team, let's again do a little bit of a Mondelēz trivia again, just to ease in the momentum a little bit.
And for those who did not get a chance to get chocolates over here, right? This is your last chance. We are being serious here, right?
Yeah,
now.
we're running out of questions. We don't have any more trivia questions. So if you please, you can shout the answer or throw your hands up. We'll come to you and give you the chocolates and get your answers. Okay. Question number 1. How many years has 5 Star been in India? Take a guess, a wild guess. How many years has 5 Star been in India?
Yeah, random. 20 years. 1969 in India. We'll also have to back calculate now.
Do the math.
1956. 56 years.
No, that's not right.
Sorry? 35 years.
35 is close, but no.
If 35 is close, we can give you the chocolates.
Yeah, it's 40 years of 5 Star in India.
Okay, the top 3 markets for Cadbury Dairy Milk as a brand. This is internationally, so India could be one of them, could not be one of them. Anyone wants to give a guess?
Top 3 global markets.
Yeah. US, UK, India. You are close.
You got
UK
2 right.
and India is the correct one. The third one is incorrect. You want to try again?
Yeah, you're right,
Australia?
Australia.
That's right. So we can give it up for both of them. Yeah.
Okay, next question. Which Mondelēz brand accounts for more than 50% of cough drop sales in the world? Yeah. That is good.
Nice. Halls is also an international brand. You would have thought of that. Good one. Can we have a chocolate for her as well? And the last question now. This brand of ours is popular breakfast choice after Ramzan, during Ramzan and after Ramzan, during Ramzan season in the Middle East. It's a favorite brand during the Ramzan season. Anyone wants to give it a try? Sorry?
No.
Rooh Afza is not our brand.
Quick clue, this is very prevalent in Kerala also.
Tang is the correct answer. And with that, the trivia ends here. We'll now invite the final team, the ICAI team, to come on the stage and prepare for their presentation.
Welcome, Team Unicorns. The stage is all yours.
Quick field check. Are you okay? Are you guys nervous? Are you guys excited? Are you guys all ready to, give these MBA folks a taste for their...
I said we have mixed feelings as of now, and we'll be able to speak better and answer your questions after the presentation because we are waiting for so long. Then we'll
Don't worry, we'll ask you this question again. Thank you again and all the very best.
Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Chandana.
This is Sneha. This is Abhirami.
In a world where convenience meets craving, snack market is not just growing, it's exploding. In India, the present snack market is valued at 80,000 crores and it is expected to reach 1,44,851 crores by 2029, exhibiting a CAGR of 16%. The key factors driving this market growth includes changing in lifestyle, rising young population or urbanization, rising income levels, and also increase in the preference for ready-to-eat snacks. Additionally, involvement of women population in the workforce is inevitably reducing the cooking time nowadays, and thereby it is increasing the demand for ready-to-eat snacks. And also, as per the press report released by Government of India, it says that the growth trend in private final consumption expenditure has witnessed a growth of 7.3% in the year 24-25, which was just 4% in the previous year. So all these put together, we have a boom in the snack market. Now the question arises, an exciting showdown is there between an organic strategy and inorganic strategy. Organic strategy has positive NPV as per our analysis, has positive NPV, and it has very low initial investment, even after accounting for 40% chances of failure. Even though it has longer payback period and there is lack of technology and expertise we need in this sector, it provides for innovation and it gives us flexibility and also the opportunity to play around in the market. Whereas inorganic strategy, even though it has positive NPV, immediate revenue starting from the day one, and also has existing marketplace, it has huge investment currently, and also there is a possibility of conflict between the other party, which makes it a risky strategy.
So now key considerations under organic strategy are launch of 3 brands within a span of 2 years. And business is highly inclined towards GT, that is general trade, with 70% mix. And expenditure will be made on restructuring and capabilities will be developed internally. On analyzing the numbers, we see organic strategy has a limited downside risk with a cash outflow of 200 CR versus 1500 CR for acquisition strategy. lower revenue and bottom line as compared to the acquisition route. NPV of the project comes at 598 CR and 300 CR at 40% failure probability. Now the better NPV is mainly due to the lower initial investment. Some assumptions we took are a split of R&D and CapEx as 30 and 60, depreciation as per companies Act based on useful life of 15 years, and depreciation under Income Tax Act, additional depreciation 20%, which is offered to manufacturing entities. Cost of capital for discounting purpose 12%, rate of tax 25%, which was provided to us for the acquisition strategy route. Now, on the other hand, under acquisition entry, key considerations are availability of the opportunity to acquire XYZ at 1500 CR. Business revenue continue to grow at 15%, declining by 1% each year, and finally stabilizing at 10%. Coming to the numbers, we see revenue stable and cash flows are very much positive from the year one itself. NPV comes out at 265 CR, and it is largely derived by the terminal value. Now coming to the qualitative analysis of build versus buy, organic has benefit in terms of brand positioning, creation of brand as per the upcoming trends, new recipes, flavors, flexibility of operations, scalability, and ability to leverage the existing expertise of ABC, exploration of asset-light models such as contract manufacturing, in turn reducing the capex as Bikaji Foods is already doing. So risk is also there as there will be reinvention of wheel, establishment of supply chain from the scratch, and as of now, lack of expertise of ABC into the domain. For acquisition, we have benefits such as faster reach to market, GTM go-to-market strategy, well-established top-of-mind presence of the brand among consumers. Risk is also there as play will be limited with the existing brand only. Chances of due diligence related compliance, regulatory financial issues may arise with the target company. So finally, seen the positive NPV despite having 40% chances of failure and high upfront acquisition cost, company may go ahead with the organic strategy. Qualitative factors such as brand positioning, space for innovation, scalability, long-term vision supports organic strategy as well.
Coming to the FMCG sector trends, in the past 5 years, rising food inflation has made it difficult for the snack market players in procuring their raw materials at reasonable cost. The recent press release by the Government of India has shown that the Consumer Food Price Index has rose from 6.62 in September 2023 to 9.24 in September 2024. Raw material costs being around 60% of the cost, and rising prices of major raw materials like potato and edible oil has made a detrimental impact on the snacks sector, and major players like Balaji Snacks and Gopal Snacks has acknowledged the same in their annual report. However, amidst this rising scenario of food inflation, ABC Limited has a potential opportunity whereby it can use premiumization and target niche consumer segments. Analyzing the quick commerce trends, although it has become the major grocery purchasing option among 31% of urban Indians due to faster deliveries, it offers margins to the snack market players due to higher delivery cost, smaller basket size, and high commission charged by the quick commerce platforms. However, by channelizing the distribution of snacks, using the real-time report shared by the quick commerce platforms and premium positioning of the brand, ABC Limited can capitalize on quick commerce as a major distribution channel. The increasing trend of real-time reviews and product testing reels in social media has created more awareness among consumers in influencing their purchasing patterns and health-related concerns as well. Also, social media advertising is 4 times cheaper than other traditional methods, and more D2C players are entering the market. ABC Limited can also use social media by creating engaging and informative contents, real-time product reviews, and releasing factual data to foster brand value and loyalty.
Now, in order to mitigate the increase in prices of raw materials, as my friend Abhirami mentioned, we can have a proactive approach of making bulk purchase of raw material during the crop season and storing them using cold storage units. And also we can have inbuilt production for very few spices which we use in our savory snacks. We can have an inbuilt production of the same, just like how Gopal Snacks is already doing it. And we can diversify our supplier base, and we can also make a forward contract with them. Now, in order to capitalize the opportunity through social media and quick commerce, we can make strategic partnership with rapid delivery services like Blinkit, Zepto, and Swiggy Instamart in order to make our delivery very quick. And also we can engage the customers through collaboration with regional influencers to have a wide reach, enhance product positioning in quick commerce platforms. And also we can have a hashtag trend, which is a social media trend, saying hashtag snack smart, hashtag snack is better for you, hashtag snack goals, hashtag did you reach your snack goals. We can have such things. And we can also have a targeted messaging like how Swiggy and Zepto has it. My love, did you have your snack? So we can have the same strategy here. So are you craving for something crunchy? Order now. Or match on, snack on during IPL matches or cricket matches also. And also we can have smaller packets or trial packets for impulsive buying and to establish a new customer market. And also we can have high demand and high margin products listed on our quick commerce platforms. Now, after further research and survey, we have understood, or we have observed, that in Indian snack market, we have almost 57% of organized players. Pepsi companies Lay's dominating the Western market, and the traditional market is dominated by Haldiram. Now, all these, they're in a conflict of capturing the market. Our emerging player Reliance is also getting into the competition. They have captured, they have tied up with Snack Tag and Allen Bugles in order to optimize or capitalize this opportunity, exploit this opportunity. Now, leading players in the market are already adopting innovative strategy to enhance their brand image and also to engage the customers. Like our Haldiram is having extensive expansion through kiosks and casual retail outlets, whereas Bikaji's Amitji loves Bikaji caption is that caption is gaining everybody's attention. And some of the brands is going with the traditional strategies of customized flavors, where they will make flavors according to the local taste. For example, spicy snacks for Rajasthan and Ghatia for Gujarat people. And another example would be Pratap Snacks. They have already tied up with Pogo in order to include toys in their package in order to capture this kids segment. So we can have this multiple stuff. So Indian market has seen significant changes. One of such is Makhana. Nowadays, increase in the trend of gluten-free and high protein. So Makhana has 850 crores of market alone. So we can capture that as well. And going through organic, it will give a strategic advantage for us in terms of brand positioning, market differentiation, and diversification. So we believe in build from scratch and savor the success. Thank you.
So, Team Unicorn, excellent, excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So, you were very close in your first organic and inorganic. Both were numbers were very close, 250, 300. It was very close. Why organic and why you would like to take a chance of this 40% failure when already like inorganic you can go start like positive cash flow from day one. So I'm sure you must have discussed within that. So, and also what's your view on the R&D failure? Because to get the right product is not a easy task. So what's your view on that?
So basically, number one reason was since NPV is closer for both, but it is after 40% chances of failure. So there is no necessity that there will be, it's that 40% failure and we'll have it. And R&D, there are chances of failure as well. But nowadays, if we see the trend, many D2C brands are, startups are coming and they are very well doing in the industry and all. So we think as of now, there shouldn't be any risk as such in the savory market for R&D purpose as of now.
Actually, I have an associated question to what he was saying, and you can add when you are answering that is, while the NPV is similar to each other, you get the right to win from day one when you acquire. So why do you want to compromise on the right to win from the day one and utilize their route to market, which you have aptly covered as route to market and top of mind analysis. Why do you want to give up on that?
Sir, to be very honest, till coming like a few days before arriving at the conclusion, we had a dilemma whether to go with organic or inorganic, because we have done an extensive study on that and the numbers are very close. It was a very tricky decision for us. But we believe in, sir, in organic strategy, what is happening is, it is our own thing. It is we trying. Whereas in inorganic strategy, after acquiring, there is no guarantee that whatever snack trend it is there as of now, that XYZ company is doing, that we are acquiring, it will stay for another whatever years, X number of years. The trends, snack trends are changing like anything nowadays. And people are more into healthy snacking options now. So there might be a possibility we can switch and we might fail there also. So instead of failing there, we can try here and it will give a long-term sustainability and long-term profitability option over here. Even with that 60% profitability, we are coming up to 300 CR of NPV. So this is something which we can confidently go on with.
Which three brands you will launch in 2 years? Which three categories in snacking?
Sir, the first one, shall I? The first one would be chips, because in our Western market, nowadays chips and nachos are the ones which are trending #1. And when it comes to traditional snacks, we still have that namkeen and bhujia snacks, which is there on traditional snacks flavors. So we would like to go with those brands or somewhat similar to those things.
You're mentioning healthy.
Also, makhana is the trend, and in the union budget also we mentioned they are doing all of this. So makhana and also much other option under healthy snacking category, like ITC and all are doing with their right shift and all. So,
Sir, adding on to that, there are few brands which are coming up with already healthy snacking options, which is not fried, baked and all. But the market is still live. There is a lot of opportunity to capture there. So we have to make an extensive study on that, what kind of better options as per the customer preferences as of now we can get, and what kind of best healthier option we can come up with.
And what impact of competition when they get into war with the new brand that is there, or which is already existing, and now you launch a new brand? The competition impact of that would be there, and they will go all out.
Sir, first thing, as we have already discussed, in the entire 100% market, 50% of the market is unorganized. Only 50% of the market is organized. Only few leading players are there in the market. Now, we have each and every brand has its own pros and cons. Now, since we are entering it, we have a competitive edge in our hand. We can analyze each and everything, and we can take a proactive step, avoiding all those cons and gaining advantage on those pros.
also ABC has already well-established brand in India in terms of biscuit and chocolate. So they have already well-established brand in a name. So right now, if Reliance or ITC launches something, I will not think twice before buying, because the brand is already established. So that's the thing we are keeping into consideration for this.
Okay, just on the FMCG trends, I think one of the mitigation strategy for inflation, what you mentioned, was bulk purchase during season and then storing it for some time. Any views what sort of other financial impact this will create other than your cost saving which it may bring?
Yes, sir. So it will require huge investment on making those cold storage units, which is a serious financial decision. We agree to that. But there are competitors who are actually already doing this. There are few competitors who are actually doing this. I'm just not getting the right name now. They are doing it, and we can have this contract with the suppliers to make the bulk purchases. And this is a one-time investment, sir. So this will not be making it repeatedly. So this one-time investment will give us that leverage to meet this inflation or beat this inflation over a period of time. So it would be a good inflation, and since we have a scope for additional investment in our organic strategy, we can go ahead with that after again a deep in-depth.
Other than this one-time investment, any other impact will it create for company?
Other impact particularly in any
with
aspect.
financials.
Huge cash outflows is something which is stopping on my mind, so I can't think of anything else.
And you were saying some companies are already adopting. Is it in the kind of industry for FMCG or some?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In savory market itself.
Okay. Thank you.
One question from my side, Team Unicorn. First of all, good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So you would have seen the launch year revenue targets that ABC company has if they were to go the organic route. Any comments on the targets that they have specified?
That is very much in line, and as per the research that we did also, traditional trade still accounts for the 70% of the total sales only. E-commerce is rising, but
No, I'm not talking about
yeah.
the distribution channel
Yeah.
mix. What I'm talking is they have a specified launch year revenue targets that they have to launch 3 brands, and each brand there is specified
Yeah,
targets.
that's right.
So
Can we open the Excel?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll help you with the. So it says ABC plans to launch 3 brands in this category. Brand 1 40 crore, brand 2 25 crore, and brand 3 20 crore. All of these are launch year revenue targets. So have you gone through this and any comments? Because you're talking about a 80,000 crore size.
Sir, presently, and after analyzing the present competitors who are there in the existing market, there are players who are minting money in this snack market, especially Haldiram and what is that? Pratap Snacks, not Pratap Snacks, Haldiram and Bikaji. These players are literally having 35% of ROI. They have huge return. So keeping that in mind, this target, I would not be 100% sure we will be achieving it, but this is something which we can work upon, sir. Thank you so much.
Good presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Unicorn. And before you go, we promise that we'll ask you a question. How do you feel now that you've given the presentation?
Actually, we feel very proud to be from ICI among the MBA students, and it's an amazing feeling.
And if this is going to make you feel any better, all our esteemed jury members are also members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and me included.
It's a proud moment for us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Team Unicorn.
Thank you.
We will be breaking for a 15-minute short break, and we expect all of you to come back. The only thing is, before you break, this is your last chance to update your LinkedIn posts. You can also have your photos clicked with the jury members right now in the next 5 minutes. And there are photo booths also arranged where you can have your photos clicked and just post it up. The best 2 posts will be getting a surprise goodie bag. So do keep your energy up, and we break for a 15-minute break. So there's tea and coffee outside. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
चॉकलेट्स का ये ट्रे रखना है कि
ये तो रहने दो ना, ये अभी अपडेटेड वाला हम डाल देंगे इसमें, चॉकलेट्स और पड़े हुए हैं, लॉकेट चेंज कर दो, टेंट कार्ड्स रहने दो, बाकी वाटर बॉटल्स हटानी है जो यूज्ड वाली है, कीप फ्रेश वंस, और टेंट कार्ड्स
डॉकेट स्टैंड कार्ड मैं देख रहा हूँ, डॉकेट स्टैंड कार्ड मैं कर रहा हूँ, तू बॉटल्स कर दो, चॉकलेट रैपर्स का तू देख। चॉकलेट के रैपर निकालने बोल रहा है, आधा अधूरा डंप करना, क्या हल्का ये वो ये दे, ये मैं लेके जा रहा हूँ काफी
हेलो 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 हेलो
चले गए ना, वापस नहीं आ रहे ना।
हेलो 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 इसका कैमरा का वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ। हेलो 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 क्या हेलो
हाँ जी बताओ। वो अभी भेज रहा हूँ, ये मेरे को बताना, मैंने वो बिल ही खोला हुआ है।
इसका और थोड़ा वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ। गेन नहीं यार, सिर्फ ये। हाँ विराज हेडफोन लगा। अजय भाई और कुछ करना मत, अपना लाइव में ब्रेक वाला पेज ही रहने दो। हाँ फट रहा है, थोड़ा कम कर दो। ओके मैं यहाँ देखता हूँ। अरे हाँ मैं ऑडियो को ही सेट कर रहा हूँ, अभी क्या करूँ। ये सेट नहीं करूँगा तो प्रतीक भाई मेरे को अंदर से चिल्लाएंगे। हेलो अरे नहीं आ रहा है ना, प्रॉब्लम वही है कि दबाऊंगा नहीं। हेलो यहाँ पे बढ़ रहा है बट वो ऑनलाइन नहीं जा रहा है ना। हेलो 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 प्रतीक भाई एक बार अभी चेक करके बताना, मैं बाहर जा रहा हूँ।
दो ले ये दो ले, आईडीज भी है, एक हाथ से ले।
Check, 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 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, mic test, check, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, mic, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, check mic check 1 2 check 1 2 check mic check 1 2 check check 1 2 check ये अब आने लगा इतना ही हमारा फुल में
उसको होस्टेस को समझा दो ना वो ट्रे लेके रेडी रहेगी
check check 1 2 mic test 1 2 check check 1 2 check check 1 2 check mic test 1 2 check 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 1 2 check 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 1 2 mic test 1 2 check check 1 2 check check 1 2 अब हुआ check 1 2 mic test 1 2 check check तो ये इसका आवाज कैसे होगा फिर check check 1 2
ऑब्जर्व करके कितना बाहर छोड़ रहे हैं ना
check 1 2 check check 1 2 check check 1 2 check mic test 1 2 check check 1 2 check
तो वैसे भी नहीं खाऊंगा ठीक है छोटे साइड में मेरा माइक भी मेरा
check 1 2 check check 1 2 mic test 1 2 check check 1 2 check 1 2
एक केला तो इंटरचेंज बताओ मैनेज करा
check check 1 2 check 1 2 mic test 1 2 check check 1 2 check mic test 1 2 check check 1 2 check 1 2 check mic test 1 2 check check 1 2 check check mic test 1 2 check
रिपीट नहीं आ रहा है या आपको हेडफोन लगा इसीलिए क्या
ये तो एक्चुअली हेडफोन लगे राजा मेरा राइट साइड में हेडफोन लगने में
check 1 2 mic test 1 2 check कितना धीरे आ रहा है
पर अभी तो क्लियर आ रहा है ना नहीं आवाज क्लियर है पण कम आहे
कम है
एक बार एक बार एक बार एक बार
Check 1 2.
आगे आगे माइक
Check 1 2. Check. Mic test 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Mic check 1 2. Check. Check 1. Check. Mic check 1 2. Check. Check.
प्रॉपर है ये देखो इतना तो आ रहा है
सुन अब फटेगा सुनियो. Check 1 2. अब फट रहा है ना.
पूरा गया वो
है ना.
वो वाला मैक है ना
हाँ.
वो बेटर है ये वाला है ना वो अच्छा है इनको 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 दिया है ना वो अच्छा है उसका फट रहा है तो क्या वो दूर भी है
बात वो नहीं है इसके में इससे कम गया हुआ है कुछ ना कुछ एक कनेक्टर शायद आता है तुम्हें लगाना पड़ेगा तुमने एक बारी डायरेक्ट तो लेके देखो ना एक बारी डायरेक्ट लेके देखो इसमें डायरेक्ट साउंड लो ये साउंड इसमें से निकाल के देखो कैमरा में से कहाँ है साउंड
ईपी लगाना है
हाँ तो ईपी ले लेना इससे भैया सुनो सुनो एक ईपी देना मेरे को हाँ अब किससे बात करना पड़ेगा यहाँ चाहिए मेरे को इधर
एक्सलर तो ईपी
केबल है तुम्हारे पास है केबल
हेला चेक टू ईपी मैक
दे ना यार दे जल्दी दे हम बताते हैं ना यार हम भी करते हैं थोड़ा बहुत तो हमें मालूम रहता है check mic check 1 2 check 1 2 check check mic check 1 2 check check 1 2 check 1 2 check check mic check 1 2 बोल लेना बेटी check 1 2 check check 1 2
ईपी उड़ लाओ जैक उड़ लाओ
check 1 2 लगा लगा जल्दी चेक कर
पी लावून लाईनीन घ्या.
एक सेकंद राजू.
पप्पा हा जॅक लावलाय. जॅक टू एपी. याच्यात काय फरक येतो ते चेक करायला. तो कॅप्चर काढ दे. USB. अब चेक करो जरा. यहाँ पे लो इसका. आया क्या? आ गया? अब बोलूं?
Check. Mic check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check mic check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2.
इसका थोड़ा आवाज कम करके रखो. ये ले माइक का. ये ले माइक का आवाज कम करो.
Check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, mic check.
It was a roller coaster ride, to be very honest.
But to actually be a part of how things work on the field, that was the most interesting part.
When we first read the problem statement, we had a lot of ideas swimming around in our heads.
But Consumer Immersion, organized by Mondelēz, helped us in reaching people from Kanyakumari to Kashmir.
The journey was certainly challenging. We worked on multiple hypotheses for days at a time, only to find out we have to start from scratch.
Well, the journey started 4 months ago. Now it boiled down to today.
It was a very great experience coming here to the Mondelēz office, getting into the top 5 teams out of
Welcome back, everyone. To start off, we'd like to invite all the top 5 finalists onto the stage.
A very big congratulations to all of these guys here. What you guys have pulled off today is something incredible. A big round of applause, a thunderous round of applause for all these guys.
I bet there's a mix of nerves, excitement, and maybe some relief now that the presentations are done. How do you guys feel? And we can just start with someone randomly. How do you guys feel now that the presentations are over? How has your experience been? Anyone?
Yeah, feeling very relaxed. Like that burden is off the shoulder now. We have passed on to the jury, I guess.
So it's on to the jury right now. I hope the jury's made their decision.
It was actually exhilarating. Nothing went according to plan. So we had to make everything up as we went on. And I don't know what the result will be.
What has been your biggest learning out of this entire process, right?
So the biggest learning has been that how much thorough analysis and research do you do with each line and each word you write there in the presentation and you speak. You should evaluate that well before putting anything there. And apart from that, the team bonding and the experience, of course, that we got here itself is one of the learnings, like impromptu life changes, and we should be always up for that. That script never works. So
Yeah,
that's very true.
And we also face the same, huh? Our scripts also don't work.
See, my biggest learning is that I enjoyed the roast round very much because I'm also from the finance guy. I used to evaluate everything from the numbers, but after doing this case com, I understand the qualitative aspects as well, and the roast round is ultimately fantastic.
Is there a challenge that you guys face and you were like, what is this, yaar? Where am I stuck?
So it's a finance case competition, and we all knew that there was an answer. And if it was something like marketing, it's very creative. We didn't have that scope for creativity here, so we probably did that 15, 16 times, the same problem again and again. And we referred all of our friends, can you please spot the mistake in this? Can you please tell us what is wrong with this? So it was like, we were just stuck, that's it.
Were they able to ask questions that, some of our judges asked, or were our judges more innovative in their questions?
Yes, they did ask us a lot of questions, because of which we corrected a lot of things, but then the judges seemed to stump them too and ask us more questions that we didn't prepare.
So a big round of applause for our judges. Can you?
So yeah, we absolutely agree with each and everything our batchmates, sorry, our case com mates have said here. But I would
Yeah,
like
your
to...
batchmates are there.
Yeah,
You're right.
of course. But I would like to add a couple of things. First of all, as we were creating that financial model, changing even a single number changes everything. And that makes it really complex. Although we don't have very much...
That happens in real life
things.
also.
But yeah, so a learning for real life. And secondly, as mentioned on the competition page of Mondelēz Maestros, that it was not mentioned that there will be a Q&A round. There will be a roast around it. And it did feel like a roast round.
Okay, so that again goes on to the judges. So kudos to them, or maybe not. Yeah. Okay, one last question. What was your absolute favorite part of this competition? Something that you will remember forever. And if you say that, okay, there was nothing like that memorable, that is also an answer. The chocolates.
We would say that burning the midnight oil for, every day till we are here. So that's the best part.
Thank you. We can just pass it on for each team to just share one favorite moment of the entire competition, and then we call on the jury.
I think for us the favorite moment was making it to the finals because like we said that multiple iterations had to be done, and I think we knew that no team will have one answer because everybody was going to make different assumptions. I think we were really wondering ki ye sahi hai ya nahi, and like what if the model that we had built previously, if that was correct and this is wrong, and what if we lose out on our chances. But I think being able to pull off everything with the college curriculum that you have, and I think being able to make it to the finals is definitely the most memorable thing for us.
For me, I think this is the stage, such a grand stage and such a good audience, and the setup is actually very much exciting, and all India level contest, that was the best part.
For us as a team, number one was preparation of the PPT. Putting everything into a 5-slider PPT was like a very tough task at the beginning, but somehow we did it. Secondly, definitely the presentation and the after presentation scene that we saw at the outside, where the students were coming and saying that you did well. So that was amazing. We'll remember it forever.
The most memorable moment for me, I'd say, is when I received this tag and Mondelēz merchandise with my name on it. Like, I will have this hanging in my room forever. How many ever rooms I change.
The most memorable thing for me is like prioritizing the work. For example, during our midterms or end terms, we are doing the case competition and we feel interested in doing it. And it's a very exhaustive case. In questions, theoretical knowledge, what we are doing, we have a said assumptions and we are solving the questions. But it's a real practical life exposure which we got from the case competition. And also think of from the strategy point of view also, how to launch the product and what we are going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We'd now like to call on the jury onto the stage. You guys can stay here. We have something for you guys. I'm sure the jury's had a difficult time selecting the final winner, but I'm sure the students here want to also know more about how the experience was and what is your feedback to them. So over to you guys.
So for some words of wisdom, please.
Sure, thanks Preet and Niveda for now making us answer to questions. So yeah, when we had conceptualized Mondelēz Maestros, the way we had thought, like some of you said, we wanted to do in a grand setting where people are contesting against one another. You come up trumps with over 3,000 teams participating, and finally this set of 5 teams have come to the final stage, which is fantastic because the grandest stage, like some of you said. And the way we also thought was we set it up as a grand stage where we have it in a dazzling manner and all that. But all doesn't live up if the quality of the contest is not good. So one thing that remarkably came out was the quality of content, the research the teams had done, the homework, and they did not leave anything to say in the air. It was all well thought out and rigorous. So kudos and fantastic work done by each one of you, and big round of applause that they deserve to be standing on this grand stage. And yeah, like most of you said, it's not an easy answer. So it's a classic dilemma, and you backed it up with the conviction. So there is no right answer. It's about the way you back it up and where you present the data and how you see it. So that conviction was visible, and that's how you will come and translate onto the workplace as well.
So good work. So those are some of the positives that emerged. It was definitely a nail biter for us in terms of how it has turned out. And we also had quite a few disagreements before we have agreed and who is the winner and runner-up. But yeah, in the end, there has to be a winner and a runner-up. But well played, all of you, and congratulations.
I think it was overall a great experience for me. It's my first visit to any MBA campus, and going through this, it was when I walked in, it was more a nostalgic moment. Okay, going back to school, college days, 15 years later, it's very different moment. But then the way I just wish that when I was doing my CAs, I wish I had this kind of a platform, which I think this Mondelēz has given us, all of the new students, MBA students, CA students. This platform is remarkable. And one area I think definitely Vignesh spoke about what was the best. One thing of area of improvement, as I think he mentioned, that whatever we write on the script has to be thoroughly researched and spoken about. I think that's where we as a team, few of the teams could have done better, and making it less verbose. So let a lot of content. By the time it was animations, we were all reading it and it was gone. So it could be less verbose, and less animation would have done a better job there. But overall, a great experience for us, and really, it was a nail-biting experience for all of us to decide.
With that, we now move to the final stage of our entire journey that we've had today. Over to you, Chandresh, to declare the winners. We start with the runner-up first.
Okay, sure. But before we get to that, I think Vignesh mentioned over 3,000 teams coming and nominating themselves, and out of that, the 5 teams coming up over here in itself calls for a big round of applause for all of you. Well done, well done. And the quality of research was very visible. Don't worry about the roasting part. It is part and parcel. As and when you grow, it will happen on daily basis to you guys. So we are making you prepared for that. So it's a good, and well done to the audience also. Good support from for a lot of you guys. And before I announce on the runner-up and the winner also, I think you were very clear on what parameters we are going to evaluate and how it is going to be read through. It is not only the content, what matters is the research, how are you articulating it, whether it is with conviction, what are the risks and opportunities that you are looking into it, seeing through the data or not. So it is not only about data, it is seeing through the data. That is important. So
also, how confident you were doing the roasting session.
True, right. So the runner-up, any guesses, guys?
Yeah?
From the audience? SP? Nah, it's Team Phoenix.
Congratulations, Team Phoenix. Please come to the center of the stage.
Team Phoenix is from IIFT campus. Time for the final winner. How's it feeling? Rest of the 4 guys.
Who among you think is the other winners? ICA. Why?
Why?
You believe?
You believe that? Okay.
DRS.
There is no DRS on this decision.
DRS is the team name. Okay, I think the guess was right. The Team Unicorn ICI from Delhi.
marvelous afternoon for all of us. We've learned, we all have learned, not just you, the jury, the audience, everyone has learned today. So we take those learnings back with us, and that's the wealth of knowledge, right? So congratulations once again to all of you. And with that, we come to the finale and the end of finance track of the Mondelēz Maestros.
And I would also like to specially shout out to the YouTube live students and participants who are watching us live and celebrating the victory and success with us. Thank you all so much. And yeah, hoping to see you guys more and more contests hosted by Mondelēz. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations once again.
With that, we hand it over to this next part of the program, which is the sales or the commercial track of the Finance Maestros. Over to you guys.
Good evening, everyone. Wow, that sounds like really dull. Are you excited? Well, welcome to the commercial track now for Mondelēz Maestros.
Hello.
My name is Savita. I lead talent acquisition for Mondelēz for Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa, and India. And it's my absolute honor to be joining this program today. It's my first year to witness Maestros, but Maestros has been, especially the commercial track, has been running for the last 5 years. And honestly, when I was looking at some of the stats, it started with some 7 campuses participating. To today, we have 50 campuses and over 10,000 submissions, which is quite commendable. And I don't think these programs can be successful unless we have that kind of overwhelming participation. So thank you to all of you and to many more who are live around for participating in programs like these. Because what you don't know, while this is all of this journey of going through the case competition to be going through what we saw in the finance track right now, maybe jittering, but what it does is it gives you an exposure not just about participating in this, but Mondelēz is known to be running programs like Taste the Future. If you've heard of those, these are global programs. It's a sneak peek for us also to talent like yourselves right at the very beginning when we've not even started those programs. So take this as an opportunity for that exposure. It doesn't mean whether you win or lose. I think what matters is the sheer participation is giving you the visibility to something which is beyond. For us, I think, I am truly delighted to be part of this today, to watch and go through what's coming by. But end of the day, I think make the most of it. Make the most of it not just in terms of being seriously participating, but make it fun, be your best, and I wish you all the best.
So, good evening, everyone. Can I get a louder good evening? So, my name is Ambika. I'm the Customer Development Manager at Mondelēz.
My name is Utkarsh. I am Key Account Manager for Quick Commerce.
Welcome to the grand finale of Mondelēz Maestros, where ideas are sweeter than chocolate and strategies are crunchier than the perfect snack.
Thanks, Ambika. Today, we have 5 fantastic teams all set to go head-to-head against each other. But before we do that, we would like to give an opportunity to all of you to show off your snacking knowledge and have a chance to win exciting Mondelēz hampers. So are you excited? Would you like to win some chocolates?
Can we get some loud cheers?
Okay, so let's get started. I'll just share my screen. Hold on. You can, in the meanwhile, go to menti.com and I'll also share a QR code in just a bit.
You know, 5 years ago when I was at SP, these things used to still happen.
All right, great. Thanks a lot. So we have a QR code. You could just scan it, or you could go to menti.com and type in 55998185. We have a few people joining in. Let me know once all of you have joined, and then we are good to start. Okay, so we have 20 people already. Those of you who are watching over YouTube, you're free to join as well. Okay, anyone left? Should we get started? Okay, we'll just wait for a bit. You can go to menti.com and type in this code. Cool. So we have people now. We'll have our question coming up. The faster you answer, the more points you get. So, chop chop. Cool. We have our first question coming up. We have 44 players ready, and here it is. Guess the brand from the emoji. Okay. Last 3 seconds. 36 of you got it right. Few of you got it wrong. Yes, the answer is gems. Let's move on to our next question. Oh, before that, let's look at our leaderboard. Okay, some of you probably did not have a chance. So, who is Kathy? Oh, hi, great.
Hi, Kathy.
He's one
Nice
of our
to meet you,
participants.
Kathy.
No double prize for you. Question 2, all set? Here it comes. Which of these people have never been in any Mondelēz ad? It's not a... Aishwarya Rai, Preeti Zinta, Kapil Dev, Anurag Kashyap. Last second. Okay, a lot of split answers. Kapil Dev is the right answer. Many of you guessed Anurag Kashyap. You can go to YouTube and do shorts Anurag Kashyap ad. He featured there, so it was meant to get you off. Okay, next, our leaderboard. Let's see who is leading. Okay, we have Android. Oh, great. Nemo and then Ronald. Who's Nemo? Nemo. Great. So, and Ashley was fastest. Let's go to our next question, question number 3. Here it is. Recognize the popular Cadbury ad. We have a few seconds to go. Oh, this was quite one-sided. 48 of you got it right. One person guessed silk. Not an issue. Let's look at our leaderboard, see who's in the lead now. Let's see. Okay, so Android has retained the lead and Nemo continues to be number 2.
And Kathy is back.
Kathy is back to number 3. Great. We have the next question coming. This is question number 4. Which of these freedom fighters has been associated with Bonvita? Associated is a vague word, so associated in some way, shape or form. Last 3 seconds. The answer is Rabindranath Tagore. He actually had done an ad in a newspaper. He had written about Bonvita. You can check it out. 18 of you got it right. Well done. Let's look at the leaderboard, see if that one caught anyone off guard. Some of you took time. Kathy did not get it right. Nemo, congratulations. Nemo is in the lead and Android is number 2 now, followed by Dragonite. Who's Dragonite? Okay. And we have our last question coming up now. Which year was Oreo launched in India? This is our last question. 3, 2, and 1. 2011, 23 of you got it right. Well done. And that brings us to the end of the quiz. Let's see who the winners are. Who was the fastest? And who won? Oh, Nemo was the fastest and Nemo is the winner. Congratulations. Well done. We have a hamper waiting for you. And Dragonite. Who's Dragonite? Dragonite also wins a hamper. There may be some collusion happening there, but we'll allow it. And do we have one more hamper? Okay, who's Ronald? Ronald? Okay, close enough. Let's have the hamper for Ronald as well. I'll just. Cool. That brings us to the end of our quiz. Hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it's always nice to give quizzes you're not getting graded on.
Thank you.
So coming back, the problem statement for today is winning in new channel, which is eateries, helping Mondelēz expand their reach in India. And who knows, one of the teams might here just crack the code to success, or should I say, break the chocolate bar.
Well, they better bring their A game because the competition is going to be as intense as fighting for the last bar of dairy milk.
Absolutely. And I've got to say, it feels incredible to be back on campus surrounded by this beautiful SP Spartan energy. As an alumna, I know firsthand the power of this place, the enthusiasm, the passion, and yes, the never-ending hunger. For success, of course.
Maybe some late night snacks?
Oh, definitely. Some things never change. I can already feel that electrifying spirit in the air. Let's see which team channels it best today.
But before we get to the pitches, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed jury who will be the ones judging today's sweet showdowns. First up, we have Vishal Golcha, Senior Director of Category Planning and Activation. With an eye for strategy sharper than the crunch in your favorite snack, he knows how to get things moving on the shelves.
Vikram Karwal, Senior Director, Tablets and Chocolates, a connoisseur of creativity, he can spot a sweet idea from miles away. No sugar coating required.
We have Nagina Singh, Senior Director, People Lead, the one who keeps the team as balanced as the perfect trail mix. She is here to see which team blends the best talents and ideas.
Pooja Bedi, Senior Director and Chief Counsel, the guardian of rules, ensuring everything is wrapped up just right. No sticky situations here.
And we have Ofira Bhatia, Vice President Communications and Government Affairs, the one who keeps it in check just like the perfect recipe. She ensures everything is by the book. Thank you so much, jury. We are thrilled to have you here, and we're sure that you'll enjoy today's assortment of ideas.
We would also like to call out our steercos, Shadab Malik, who's the head of GTM for Urban, Ashish Batra, branch manager for West, Dipanita Sen Gupta, Arsam North, and Harika Singh, lead of early careers and employer branding, who've helped us to define the case study that the teams will be presenting on today.
So, without further ado, let's see which team's ideas melt in our mouth and which ones melt under pressure. So, to start us off, here's how today's competition is going to roll.
Each team will get 10 minutes to present their ideas, and once the pitch is done, the jury will have 7 minutes for question and answers. They're not just here for sweet talk, they're looking for substance.
And at the end, the jury will deliberate and pick the team that really hit the sweet spot. The winners will take home not just bragging rights, but also some delicious prizes.
All right, time to bring out the first team. Ready to snack on some amazing ideas?
So, up first, we have Team 2 Ladu from FMS Delhi. Let's see if their pitch is as smooth as silk. Can we have a big round of applause for them?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Amisha Saxena.
And I'm Khushi Gupta, and we are Do Ladu from FMS Delhi. And we are here to present our idea on how and why Mondelēz should enter eateries in India. So starting with, we have classified the eateries in India into 3 categories: street side, organized, and others, with others including transit and cinemas. Additionally, we have also highlighted the eateries where we feel that the growth potential is going to maximize in the current years. So, because the opportunity in eateries segment in India is booming, the number one reason is that the out-of-home consumption of snacks is exceeding the indoor consumption. The second reason is that the food service market in India is growing at a CAGR of 8%. Third reason is that the square foot occupied by metro eateries has been increasing year on year, and with the expansion of the phase 4 of the Delhi Metro, we can soon expect 44 more stations rolling out by the year 2026. And a fun fact is that 59% of adults prefer snacking to meals. So why should Mondelēz not snack on success?
To dig in, we explored both consumer and eatery owner insights. To begin with consumer survey insights, we floated a form and managed to collect 256 responses with equal gender divide. We ran our observations through statistical tests like chi-square and multiple regression to reach at 3 compelling observations. Visual stimuli, peer influence, and price promotions were identified as 3 major impulse triggers. Age and spending had moderate correlation, with 18 to 34 year age group spending around 45% more on snacks, and 65% of the purchasing decisions could be attributed to how visible the product was. Coming to the price sensitivity analysis, young professionals and families were relatively price inelastic. For example, for young professionals, 10% increase in price could only decrease the demand by 8%, whereas students and occasional buyers cared about the price. And average order value as per eatery types depended on the format, with lowest being at the dhabas and highest at cafes.
The right to win of Mondelēz in the eateries comes from all 3: share of mind, market, and heart. Mondelēz is one of the most trusted brands in India, has a very strong brand recognition, and has resonated very deeply with the Indian audience with campaigns such as Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye, and the share of market speaks for itself at 33%. To calculate the size of the prize or the revenue for Mondelēz and its competitors from eateries, we devised a formula in which we consider the number of eateries that they will be targeting, the average order price, frequency of purchase, as well as market share. And we arrived at a value of 888 crores per year for Mondelēz.
We did various field visits of different eatery formats to understand eatery owner insights. Let's have a look.
मॉडलेज का कोई डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर नहीं आता। हाँ अच्छा 5 साल हाँ और नेस्ले का आता है। नेस्ले तो डेली आता है हाँ या फुल का तो एक बंद है हाँ
मैम 3 days बड़ी वाली तो मेरे पास मोस्टली सबसे ज्यादा बिकती है सेंटर फ्रेश वगैरह सारा सारा सब बिकता है ना डेली मिल्क कैडबरी ऑल की एक भी आती है फॉल्स हम जैसे बोल रहे हैं वो भी बिक जाएगी हाँ तो बिकने को सब बिक जाएगी एक तो कंपनी से आते हैं यहाँ पर एस्थेटिक नहीं लगेगा और उसका लुक्स वगैरह थोड़े अच्छे नहीं लगेंगे दैट्स व्हाई
So concluding from the video, the mantra at eateries is "Jo dikhta hai, wahi bikta hai," and it is also confirmed by via a Nielsen report that states that 60% of purchase decisions can be attributed to visibility of the product. Coming to tea stalls, we could see that owners complained of strained distributor relationships and praised Nestle and Coca-Cola's point of sale support. So we could deploy dedicated distributor team and also provide point of sale support to these tea stalls specially. Coming to college and office canteens, they are high impulse and high footfall regions but suffer from low penetration, especially the mint segment. It is dominated by Center Fresh and Boomer currently. So why not place halls in the place? At cafes, the aesthetic concerns can be tackled by providing attractive countertop displays and also by providing bulk raw materials. For transit eateries, as we saw, the owner said that the higher SKUs are the most sold. So let's place the higher SKUs at eye level and purchase that shelf space. It would be a strategic move at that is also a high impulse environment. For mithai shops, Cadbury Mishti Sera Srishti concept can be scaled to different regions of the country to complement rather than compete with mithai shops. And also distributing low SKU, hanging SKUs to dhabas would be a strategic move. All in all, engaging outlets through point of sale support and dedicated distributor to maintain the relationships is the key.
Now, let's come to the eateries that have remained largely untapped by Mondelēz. So starting with the QSR and fast casual segment, we propose a strategy of launching test markets for fast casual and QSR chains in which we will position Mondelēz products as a quick and convenient post-meal snack dessert option. So the reason that we picked QSR is because it accounts for 47% of the food service market in India and is growing at a CAGR of 9%. What we aim to bring about in the long run is a behavioral and psychological change where the customer we want to go from food plus beverage to food plus beverage plus Mondelēz dessert. Additionally, we propose setting up dedicated Mondelēz booths that would serve a wide range of foods and beverages that would be made from Mondelēz products. This strategy would enable us to enhance our brand recognition and target a younger demographic. Additionally, we know that the dessert market in India is growing at a CAGR of 8%, the frozen dessert market at a CAGR of 10.5%. So why should we not leverage that? For cinema eateries, we propose launching Tang as a popular beverage option alongside the regular soft drinks that are served.
Let's quickly look at the competitive strategies. So Parle G, as we all know, is the cheapest biscuit, one of the cheapest biscuits in India, and also evokes nostalgia. So they majorly play on cost leadership. Britannia thrives on real-time data tracking and digital distribution. Nestle is dominating the point of sale space with their coffee vending machines and Visi coolers, especially the Kit Kat. So it was present at pretty much every eatery we visited. Coca-Cola follows the right execution daily and have their distribution spot on. Perfetti tailors their tastes according to regional preferences, while Mars also grabs attention at point of sale, especially vending machines through Snickers and Boomer.
So as we could see from the video, a major problem with the eatery owners was a lack of a dedicated distributor or lack of distribution. Hence, we came up with the DED or direct eatery distribution strategy for Mondelēz for eateries, where we will bypass the traditional wholesale channels and appoint our own distributors and salesmen. So now the product will go directly from our manufacturing unit to the distributors, who will then forward it to the eateries. This model will have benefits both for Mondelēz as well as for the eateries. For Mondelēz, it will reduce the time to shelf and enable in better inventory management, reducing cases of both stockouts and overstocking and spoilage. For the eateries, it will lead to a reduction in the storage cost and the carrying cost of inventory, as they will replace larger and infrequent orders with frequent and smaller orders. Shopper engagement can be done through converting existing dhabas into Mondelēz themed dhabas that will provide a more immersive customer experience and enhance our brand recall. Additionally, employing planogramming, placing products at eye level and color coding to make navigation of Mondelēz products easier in eateries is also an effective technique. Integrated marketing would also help us create a promotional synergy. Coming to the manpower strategy, we propose getting people that have prior experience in retail or eateries. And once they're on board, they will undergo a comprehensive training and mentorship strategy. They will be trained in sales techniques, identifying consumer trends, maintaining a good relationship with distributors, and planogramming and visibility enhancement techniques. And apart from that, their training will be coupled with ongoing mentorship as well as interactive learning through simulations and role-playing, where they would be taught how to effectively navigate real-life challenging sales scenarios.
Coming on to the financials, brought down the revenue from the size of the price as discussed earlier and calculated the cost for setting up dedicated distribution. For this, we looked up average salaries of distributors and salesmen online and also assumed, backed by research, that there are 2,000 eateries per distributor, 40 outlets per beat, and 6 beats per salesman per week. Also included the point of sales and transit ads cost via websites like MediaAnt, and cost of QSR incentives was placed at 8%, which is at the midpoint of the current average, which is 5% to 10%. We also included the hiring and training costs of distributors and salesmen. Next, we figured out the revenue and cost for Mondelēz booths, setting up the exclusive booths as we talked about, and we benchmarked it to existing Nestle booths and the current cost of setting up such kiosks. Combining both, we came at year one revenue of 906 crores and a cost of 571 crores with an ROI of 58.7%. Additionally, we also allocated weights to our initiatives like cross-merchandising, visibility enhancement, direct eatery distribution, etc., backed by research papers like one by ND Cadbury, where they set up test markets through HBR, and also another one where Mahindra Logistics helped Tiger food brands to increase their revenue by 30% by setting up direct distribution. So then we concluded that total weighted contribution is around 33.64%, which is also the year-on-year revenue increase.
Now, lastly, let's look at the implementation plan. In the quarter one, we will primarily focus on refining our test market strategy and partner identification for QSR and the location mapping for dhabas and Mondelēz booth. Quarter two would be largely dedicated to the launching of our pilot programs and starting the training sessions and mentorships of the salesmen who were hired and recruited in the first quarter. Quarter 3 and 4, on the other hand, would either be dedicated to the existing pilot strategy, if required as per the eatery type, or to the evaluation and escalation and expansion of those strategies and effective monitoring. Thank you, everyone. We are open to questions now.
Hi. Question or a roast for you is getting into eateries for Mondelēz only a challenge of distribution, or do you envisage there is something else? Is the channel in itself a challenge?
Ma'am, so what we concluded from our market visits that not only distribution, so once it reaches as well, there are several factors that would contribute to the sales. So as we said that brand recall and brand recognition is also very important aspects. In fact, in one of the journals, which is IGRAR, it was found that 27.4% of customer behavior can be explained by brand recall. So when we will set up Mondelēz booths or paint dhabas, that will not just be like an aesthetic strategy, that will lead to a brand recall and brand recognition, which will also lead to sales. So apart from distribution, these initiatives that would lead to an enhancement of brand recall would also like complement the distribution.
Also to add on, so for eateries like in which there is average order value is less, for example, tea stalls and canteens, office canteens, all of those, we think that there is the distribution problem prevailing. But apart from that, high-end cafes or high-end restaurants, there people go with a different mindset. So they don't want to have a chocolate or a sweet treat there, but rather something that was specially curated. So entering those high-end eatery channels is a challenge, but low-cost eatery channels like tea stalls and canteens and Maestros eateries, those I think can be easily tapped.
And you feel the solve for that is largely distribution?
Ma'am, from what we did the field research, both on the consumer part and the eatery owner part, we think
how
majorly
open are
yes.
the eatery owners to having our products there?
Ma'am, so they say that whenever there is a Mondelēz product available, that is the one which is most sold. But if it's not there, then consumers do switch to different products. So availability, we feel, is the most important factor in those kind of eateries.
Ma'am, just to add to that aspect, it also depends on what kind of eatery we are looking at. For example, we went to a tea stall that serves bread pakora, Maggi and all. So they are more open to keeping a 5 rupee Parle-G biscuit that caters to them. But if you would go to a little higher end stall, then they would be more open to keeping Oreo or Bonvita biscuits. So it also, the openness to keeping Cadbury products is not homogeneous. It would also depend on the eatery types and the customers they cater to.
Bit to build on what Nagina asked, I think what I missed was which brands of Mondelēz and which eateries, because there are premium segments, right? And is this a brand fit there? And will the brand also produce the same customer experience as in a high-end cafe versus a dhaba? I was not very sure with that. Could you explain?
Ma'am, so for dhabas, as we said, so even when we go to any, let's say, interstate travel and we end up stopping on a dhaba, so a lower SKU, say gems or dairy milk or something like that, that can be just picked on the go. Maybe those lower hanging SKUs just right at the point of sales, because at dhaba, I think the waiting time is also very less of the travelers. So something that just grabs attention right at the counter, right at the point of sales, that was what we proposed. But again, at high-end eateries like cafes and all, we'll have to have aesthetic countertops displays, because the aesthetic concerns of both customers and owners are at stake there.
Ma'am, additionally to mention, like our interviews with most of the transit eatery owners was that the higher selling SKUs, he specifically mentioned the range from 190 to 210 are more selling there. So your question regarding what kind of Mondelēz products in what eateries, so like in the transit eateries, the more expensive ones are selling, and there are seasonal trends as well. So once we are conducting a market research during the Valentine's week, so there silk was a very popular selling SKU there. So I would say that it also depends on the type of eatery on the basis of what product. For example, if we look at the two shots, the 2 rupees ke 2 laddu, a high-end cafe wouldn't keep it, but a tea stall would keep it. So matching the SKU with the environment, with the value proposition of the eatery is extremely important, we believe.
So thanks for this, very interesting. I saw you interchange Mondelēz with the brands quite often in your presentation. So you talked about a Mondelēz Dhaba and then you talked about a Cadbury thing. Nevertheless, the question I really have for you is, did you at all take into consideration quality in terms of storage at many of the low-end eateries as you sort of map the brands to the eateries? Did that come across?
So ma'am, the lower-end eateries like say tea stalls or dhabas, they don't necessarily have a refrigerating system, right? So maybe we
So
can.
are you recommending we put it there?
No, ma'am. So we are recommending to put something like choco bakes or gems, which does not need refrigeration, Oreo biscuits, smaller SKUs of those things. But office and college canteens where visibility is more important, maybe there we can help them with POS and place Visi-coolers, because pretty much every eatery we went to had KitKat Visi-cooler. And the owner specifically complained that nobody comes from this brand, but this brand provides us with POS support. So at those places where visibility is important, right now just at FMS Delhi, when we were doing this, I think 3 or 4 days back, there was a Cadbury Visi-cooler that came in. So I think that would help there, definitely. Because before that, Mars had, Snickers had. So now Dairy Milk also has. Cadbury also has.
But you all didn't consider when you all were mapping, because I saw you all had sort of mapped the brands to the outlets, right? But was that a consideration at all as you all were going through it?
Yes, ma'am, definitely. So like we mentioned in Mars strategy, one of the strategy was the heat resistant stickers for the storage and for the Indian environment. So when we look at the Choco Bakes category, that the cookies or that cake and the Choco Fizz biscuit, it does not require refrigeration. So that's why we think that the spoilage concern would be taken care of by introducing appropriate SKUs there.
Hi. Can you go back to the cost calculations you've made for distribution system? So you put a certain revenue. What is the assumption or calculation for monthly revenue per eatery?
Sir, so should we go back to the size of the price table instead?
No, this specific one, when you're talking of cost calculations, you would have assumed a certain revenue per eatery, right? What is that?
Yes. When we did that, we took the data from our primary survey. So when we calculated the primary
Sure, what is it? What does this come to? No, the calculation you've done basis a certain number of eateries, right? Yes, just go back to that table. You have whatever 250 eateries or 240 eateries per salesman and 23 distributors and about 900 crores of revenue, right, annually? Is that?
Yes. So, sir,
how much does that come to per eatery per month?
You are like 900 crores.
Whatever that is, what is the underlying assumption for per eatery per month revenue?
Sir, so the average order value which we received from primary survey, we considered that, as well as the 2,000 eatery per distributor and 40 outlets per beat. This was from secondary research. So in general,
so this comes to about 16,000 rupees per eatery per month. And what is your average order value you've considered?
Sir, the average order value was 62 rupees. So if you look at certain eateries, they have a very high revenue. Like transit eateries, they are mostly selling the higher SKUs. And from Mondelēz booth, we expect high revenues. So if we adjust it proportionately for the type of eateries, this would be the average revenue.
So what is the, an average eatery, how many bills do you think an average 800,000 square foot mid-market kind of eatery, how many tickets do you think they do on a weekend and a weekday? On premise.
So when you talk about the number of tickets, so like there could be 5 people coming and they purchase 5 products. So are you counting that as 5 or are you counting?
You count that as 1 because an average ticket you can assume 3.5 people or 2 people. Sometimes it's 1 as well. But what do you think that number is?
So what we took that number was 11,402 per year. So if we divide it by 365, when we divide it.
So about 1,000 tickets per month. So for you to reach 16,000 or 18,000, you need a conversion of 30% plus, which has not been our experience. 30% kind of conversion, you may put your biggest Visi cooler. This number that you arrived at of 15, 16,000 is very, very far away. We've been selling in certain outlets for 50 years, non-eatery outlets, and we've not reached that kind of conversion of tickets. Right, so we are more like a 5-6% ticket conversion or footfall conversion. How are you going to hit 30%, 35% kind of conversions here? Because I mean, I don't think any brand hits that kind of conversion if it's a non-prepared food.
So this is
in
not
fact, the highest selling item of an eatery does not have more than 40% ticket penetration. The best selling item of any eatery will not have more than 40%. How do you expect to get 30% for us?
So this particular number was actually taken from a Statista report. So that's the market share for Mondelēz basically, what you want.
My only call out to you is that the revenue assumption you've made is more than twice the average revenue that we get from an outlet today. with Visi coolers, with those outlets having sold our products for many, many years altogether, it just seems very improbable that eateries will suddenly do more than twice that at a conversion which is possibly almost equal to their best-selling item. It's just that something for you to look at, because those calculations are just way off for me. I don't think the opportunity size is a 900 crore opportunity size just with 23 distributors.
Yeah, one question from my side. See, there are different types of eateries, right? It's not just one, and every eatery will have a different model, different type of consumers visiting them. Did you guys give any thought to where to play? I mean, there are like 10 different types of eateries. You cannot go to each and every one of them, right? So you have to make a choice somewhere. Did you give any thought to where do we have right to win as Mondelēz with the kind of portfolio we have? And what are the learnings? What is the problem that we are trying to solve in those eateries? What are the barriers that we want to overcome? Can you talk me through that a little bit? And what do you think is the top 2-3 eateries that Mondelēz should go after, right? And also, what is the reason for booth? When you have eateries available which are giving you distribution, why do you guys think that you will have to create your own distribution via booth, which is a very high expense model? It's very difficult to get an ROI on it. So why did you guys think of booth when we are trying to get to an already existing eatery model, where we want to build our presence? So those were the two thoughts.
Sir, can I start with the second question?
Sure,
first?
sure.
So for the booth part, what we thought was currently the perception of Mondelēz is a packaged mass product. But if we want to create a more immersive customer experience, we have to give them something that's more indulgent, more exclusive. It's an entire experience, just not a product. And it would also have a spillover effect. So if you look that setting up a Mondelēz booth would not just contribute to the revenue of that booth. It would lead to the more popularity of Mondelēz, more brand recall and recognition. So it would have a spillover effect on the sales of Mondelēz in other eateries as well. So that was a rationale, not just the booth as a standalone unit, but seeing it integrated into the entire channel.
Also, sir, suppose for Oreo shake, it started off as a dish at some eatery or something, but now at almost all cafes we can find an Oreo shake. So through these Mondelēz booths, we can maybe do more recipe development. That will have a cascading effect. More eateries will serve that. And also, so these Mondelēz booths won't have much expenditure, because what we thought of is just benchmarking it to what Nestle has right now. So Nestle lends out franchisee, Nescafe and Maggi franchisees to young entrepreneurs. And then they also charge the franchisee fees as well as the sale of products. So that was the model we thought of. And the first question, where you asked why we should set up a dedicated distribution. So this was also an inspiration that we got from the field visits, where eatery owners said that nobody comes from Mondelēz right now, but Coca-Cola and Nestle, their own person comes. They don't bring any other confectionery products, but Mondelēz is brought by people who also bring other confectionery products. So at that point, eatery owners have a choice to select which is giving them more margin.
Thanks a lot. That's time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Team 2 Ladu.
Just like your team name, that was a delicious treat. And you've definitely raised the bar. The chocolate bar?
Definitely. They really crunched those numbers well. And that was quite the start, but the competition is just heating up. Are you all ready for the next bite?
Coming up, we have IIM KSP Planet from IIM Kashipur. Let's see if they've got the recipe for success.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. We are Team Planet from I am Kashipur, and it is an honor to be here at the grand finale of Mondelēz Maestros. We sincerely appreciate this opportunity and look forward to presenting our strategy. So, here is the challenge. The 5.7 lakh crore food service industry in India is growing rapidly, driven by the need for urban consumers to dine outside. However, our CPG presence in this space remains limited. To crack this market, we have segmented the eateries into two main categories, organized and unorganized. Based on this, we have identified three key eatery personas, that is experience-based eateries that prioritizes unique customer experiences and resist CPGs, the value-driven eateries that cater to frequent snackers and are open to CPGs, and lastly, the chain restaurants that abide by strict SOPs. For our big idea, we are targeting value-driven eateries and chain restaurants as they are most likely to adopt CPGs. As per our primary research, we have identified four key findings, that is key challenges, that is storage constraints, low margin incentives, limited engagement with eateries, and difficulty in menu integration. But here is the real gap. Our salespeople didn't approach many tier 3 eateries, and even if they did, they have approached only to meet their sales target and not actively pushing our products. So our primary research revealed that 9 out of 12 eateries in tier 3 cities were never approached, exposing a major outreach gap. 50% of small eateries face difficulty in storage, and especially for refrigeration. 45% of the consumers prefer chocolates as a post-meal product, so this gives us a high demand opportunity. With these insights, we estimated the market potential to be approximately 15K crores using a TAM-SAM analysis. Further, we narrowed down 3 major pain points for our target eateries, that is limited distributor outreach, low chocolate margins, and storage constraints. To address this, we have analyzed industry leaders like PepsiCo and Nestle Professionals. PepsiCo uses a unified sales team for both eateries as well as retail channels. Both companies leverage revenue sharing models, additional incentives, and menu integration for better adoption of their products. Inspired by these approaches, we propose a hybrid channel model combining customized incentive structures and menu integration for better adoption in our target segments. To strengthen our right to win, we aim to leverage distributor relationships for faster entry into eateries through impulse-driven promotions and address threats and weaknesses. We must reposition our portfolio to fit eatery menus and ensure products are easier to stock and serve. With impulsive-driven products, a strong distribution network, and rising demand for chocolate desserts, we have all the right to win in this space. But the question remains, will entry be easy? No. Storage limitations, counter space constraints, and cash flow delays will pose a major significant challenge. However, with the right strategy, we can turn these challenges into our opportunities.
Now, before building our entry framework, we must first address our manpower strategy. An interview with a PepsiCo distributor revealed that 24% sales team in Indore caters to 7,500 plus eateries apart from the retail trade channel, while our 28% sales team has limited reach in eateries of Indore. To improve this, we will first provide a clear distinction between the retail and the eatery channel and leverage gamified learning through a Drona application for situational and decision-based training for our sales team. Additionally, we will be hiring 2 sales executives with expertise in CPGs. For this, we can look for executives with a prior experience in companies such as PepsiCo or Coca-Cola, and then conduct collaborative training sessions to strengthen the knowledge of eateries among our current executives and the on-ground sales team in order to build our own competence and drive innovation by adopting best practices. Now, the question is, how do we put a foot in the door? The big idea is to enter the eateries through a phased pilot approach, starting with 2 cities from North and West region each. This pilot program will help us in onboarding eateries, refining our sales strategies, and understanding the consumer behavior. During the pilot, to engage with the sales team, we will hire 2 executives, as I mentioned earlier, to design outreach strategies and long-term plans. Each salesperson will have a target of onboarding 8 eateries with a revised incentive structure for both new retail and eatery onboarding. We will also equip them with sales scripts and clear channel distinctions leveraging Drona. For eateries, we will distribute 100 Visi coolers per city with an initial order volume of 8,000. For existing eateries, we will change the eligibility criteria for Visi coolers by reducing the minimum order from 5,000 to 2,500 to solve storage issues. In phase 2, we will expand to 26 new cities, promoting internal sales executives to build in-house expertise. If region sales exceeds sales volume, we will also onboard HoReCa specialized distributors to strengthen our presence. From phase 2, we will adopt a dual target-based strategy, giving retail and eatery-specific targets to push our products aggressively. Additionally, we will intensify Visi cooler placements to drive impulse purchases. In phase 3, the focus shifts to targeted segmentation and strategic collaborations to deepen our presence in eateries. We will begin by segmenting eateries based on key metrics, prioritizing high footfall zones to make our outreach more efficient. To drive impulse purchases, we will introduce mini grab-and-go SKUs at points of sales and partner with leading industry chains to launch co-branded menu items featuring our products. Beyond these direct approaches, we will also adopt some indirect strategies to create market buzz. Collaborating with recipe-making agencies, we will develop 5 signature Cadbury-infused bakery recipes and distribute them to regional bakeries with strong production capacity and supply chains, ensuring our products reach a broader range of audience. Additionally, we will pursue co-branded dessert collaborations with established brands such as Triobroma, Bikanerwala, and Zorko, offering unique items such as silk-infused desserts and dairy milk traditional sweets. To further expand our reach, we will partner with Nestle professional distributors who already have a strong presence in the HoReCa channel. This collaboration will help us introduce exclusive products like Lotus Biscoff and Oreo biscuits, promoting made with Oreo or Biscoff menu placements, and strengthening our brand's presence in the eatery segment. This combined approach will not only increase the product visibility, but also drive innovation in long term.
Now, to strengthen our position in eateries, we are suggesting 3 different marketing campaigns to drive impulsive purchase behavior. The first campaign that we are suggesting is Share Your Cadbury Moment campaign, where consumers will share a selfie on Instagram with any Cadbury indoors desserts at their nearest cafe, tagging Cadbury India. Now, this will help us to generate demand at cafes through our consumers, and we will reward them using 20 rupees Cadbury chocolate coupons on their next 20 Zomato orders. This campaign will drive cafe demand, meal pairing, and eateries' interest in chocolates. The second one is Mondelēz Dessert Masters. Mondelēz Dessert Masters, a baking competition targeting home bakers and food influencers, where participants will create desserts using Mondelēz products and share them on Instagram using the recipes and compete for the Dessert Master Trophy with cash prizes, boosting brand awareness and product image. The third one is a marketing video ad campaign, Yaro Kitazoi Cadbury, where we are tapping our consumers every joyful moment that is away from home. As we just this is a video ad that we are not able to play right now. I would like to move further. So I would like to just to explain the plot of that particular video ad. When a couple, in this particular video ad, a couple went, okay. So this video is just suggested how we can tap the consumer's joyful moment away from home and place Cadbury as an experiential interest and a part of away from home joyful moments. Now this will help us to position in eateries as well as cafes. Now, if we are distributing visi-coolers and then calculating ROI becomes essential, and our analysis so we will recover the fixed cost of 4,000 rupees per visi-cooler within 6 months, assuming an average monthly order of 4,500 from each eateries. To track our success, we will monitor revenue from eateries separately year on year and month-on-month growth. Our campaigns and projects will incur an additional cost of 4.57 crore, generating a net profit of 10 crore with 2.2x ROI, which will grow exponentially year on year. We will also launch a tiered reward-based system for our distributors like eatery partner and eatery champion, eatery agents, offering safe training sessions and meet and greet with our brand investors to motivate them to push the products to eateries. Also, we can expand career support for distributors to cater the low cash cycles of eateries. That is a major challenge. Thank you very much, and we are open for the questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So my question is, you started off by saying we have made a choice of 2 eateries, right? Which is going to be your focus. I wasn't very clear in your presentation. What's the challenge? What's the problem you are trying to solve in those 2 eateries? You kept referring to eateries in general, but you didn't talk about those 2 eateries. And I was hoping that you will double click on those to say, here is a challenge in these 2 eateries. Why do you believe Mondelēz is going to win? What's your portfolio strategy? What's your distribution strategy? What's the size of price? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Okay, so first of all, we have chosen the value-based eateries and the chains because they are more likely to open to keep consumer packaged goods products as compared to experience-based eateries, the fine dinings and all, because they are more about ambience and serving. So that's why we have chosen the value-based eateries. Now, those value-based eateries combines of the stores, every QSRs that we move in, cafes. The major pain points that we are solving for them, when we are doing research, a lot of small eatery owners have complained about the storage issue, the refrigeration issue. When we talk to different salesperson of Cadbury, Mondelēz, they said there are a lot of small eatery owners who keep product of Mondelēz, who keep salts, who keep gems, Oreos, but they do not keep chocolates just because of refrigeration and storage issues. They have the potential to sell customers the chocolates they have a lot of footfall, but the storage issue is one of the major concerns for them, for which we are distributing visi-coolers. The second thing that we are solving for the cafes is experiential indulge-based, dessert-based products that we are collaborating with recipe formulation agencies.
Sorry, I have a question. See, is visi-cooler the only solution? It's very expensive, visi-cooler. But how can you drive distribution in value eateries without visi-cooler? Have you given any thought? Is there any possibility of driving distribution if you don't have visi-coolers?
So visi-cooler is one of the way. Talking about distribution, we will leverage our current distribution network only because be it in retail or in eateries, we are going to serve our same that packaged products in the beginning. That's why we are going to use our current distribution network. Visi-cooler will help us to solve the refrigeration issue. That's the part. Talking about the cost part, the very small visi-cooler costs around 4,000 rupees, and it like holds around 8,000 products worth of 8,000 rupees, Cadbury products. So we are distributing visi-coolers to our newly onboarded eateries with a minimum first order amount of 8,000 rupees. If they are giving an order of minimum 8,000 rupees in the very first time, then we can provide visi-coolers to them.
How did you arrive at that 15,000 or 13,000 crore number?
So here we have first taken the total TAM as 5.7 lakh crore. That is the total size of Indian food service industry, and from within that, all entirety of the food service industry cannot be our service available market. So we have considered a percentage of it. That is also our guesstimation. Also, we have targeted the early. So when Mondelēz will enter into the eatery channels, it will not only disrupt only the chocolate section, it will also disrupt the bakery segments as well as the creative food that will be providing us with in partnership with different recipes, right? So that will constitute about almost 4%. That is a guesstimate that we have performed. Based off that guesstimation.
What's the basis for that guesstimate? Where did you arrive at that 4% from?
So the 4% that we arrived is the number that we have taken through the sweets market, the dessert market, and there are a lot of different sweet-related items, sweetest market in India. So this 4% is a kind of guesstimate that the market said that is open for sweet related products out of the 3.7 lakh crore. If we just quote the number 5.6
15,000 crores is not Mondelēz, or it is just the sweet part of it.
What we have written here, 15,000 crore, is that market that we can cater to, but Mondelēz will not directly cater to the 15,000 crore market. That's the total size
of your market.
The Mondelēz will initially, as we showed in our financial, with the investment of 4.7 crore, Mondelēz will initially get a revenue of nearly 95 crores. 95 crores revenue in the first year, and that will have a net profit of almost 10 crores, sir. Eventually, when this plan is expanded into other tier 3 and tier 2 cities, sir, we will be trying to tap into the original market size, that is 15,000 crore. We will try to tap into it eventually, sir.
Got it. Thanks. Hey, just one last question. You talked a lot about ingredients and products that you can recommend based on our ingredients. How does one do quality control at thousands and thousands of eateries where my name is on the menu board saying there's an Oreo milkshake or there is a dairy milk dessert or a silk dessert? How will you ensure that the eateries are using my ingredients correctly and it doesn't come back to me? So you're saying Cadbury muffins, and I'm sure on the menu it will be written like that. If any eatery due to any unhygienic reason has a problem, how do you prevent the fallback from coming onto our brand? What do you do?
Sir, I would like to cite an example of Kit Kat shake or be an Oreo shake. In Kasipur, there is a particular restaurant known as Kundan. We prefer that Kundan's Oreo shake is the best one. So there are a lot of different eatery channels making Oreo shakes and Kit Kat shakes. We prefer them by restaurant owners. So we can provide them recipes, we can provide training to the chefs, online training to the chefs. But if at the end product is totally dependent on the chef, the person who is at the end manufacturing that particular product, we can right now we have not that analysis that how can we control the end product. But according to us, what we can do is we can formulate some recipes and we can train some chefs to use that recipes to create products, and then that would be totally upon the chefs. How can they cater?
Also, additionally, we will be hiring agencies for preparing the recipes. That can be a practice that we can adopt. For example, there are agencies that can prepare recipes for targeted companies, and that recipes can be distributed to our target eateries, and they can, based off that, they can prepare the end products.
Thanks a lot, team.
The recipe formulation agency, no, we have not counted the recipe formulation agency. We have costed all the ideas that can be implemented right now, like distribution of the physical and hiring different sales executives, doing the retro hiring and the training programs. Talking about the recipe formulations, so we have not done so because it will be totally dependent on the data. As whenever Mondelēz onboards any shop, they the salesperson have a lot of forms and a lot of details to fill out. They feel that the particular shop is a restaurant or a eatery or whatever it is. So we can use data like
guys,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We've run out of time.
Well, that was rich. They surely know how to layer their ideas. I'd say they've got the right mix.
Thank you so much, team. I am KSP Planet. Absolutely. So we are down with 2. We have 3 to go. And things are getting sweeter by the minute. So are you ready for the next flavor? Yes. Awesome.
Next up is Team Kuch, Meetha Champs from XIM Bhubaneswar. Will they crack the competition or crumble under the pressure? Let's find out. Thank you.
Picture this. You walk into a bustling eatery where the aroma of fresh food fills the air. Over the past 3 months, we dove into the world of Indian eateries, visiting, conversing, and observing the pulse of consumer and eateries behavior. And what did we find? That almost all of them, the consumers are gravitating towards the smaller, low-price chocolates that deliver that sweet, distinctive kick at the end of every meal. And while our smaller SKUs are doing pretty well, there's also a shift happening. Consumers are leaning towards a premium experience, showing an untapped potential for our higher-end SKUs. And so we set out to reimagine our approach. We broke down the eateries into tiers, identifying those which we can immediately partner with, and also others which showed a very strong potential. And now, at this very moment, we are clear about two very key aspects: that we need to boost our share of business from certain categories and SKUs by knowing exactly where to push sales. And how do we execute that? Well, you'll have to wait for that big reveal at the end. But for now, let's see how our competitors are winning in this space.
So we identified top players in our out-of-home FMCG segment on the basis of consumer reach points and analyzed their key secret sauce to their success. And we just not only limited our competitors to direct ones, we have also included others, which includes beverages, ice creams, etc. So when we talk about our competitors, so we have got Britannia as one of the player which is currently leading in this OOH market and is currently focusing on two major aspects. The first one is premiumization shift, and the second one is their high concentration towards consumption perception changes. And when we talk about our beverages industry, so what we observed throughout our market visit is that whenever we went to any eatery, one thing that was common throughout, which was our beloved beverages, Coca-Cola and Pepsi. And we were surprised to understand that how did they tap into the market which other companies and brands are still trying to get into. On the other hand, we have got Nestle and Amul, which are actually playing the battle on the background with their high-end products and their bulk products and offerings, which they are currently catering to the food services sector. So when we talk about our incentive plan of Coca-Cola and Pepsi, how they are winning this is that these beverage brands are actually working on building a long-term relationship with their eateries and not only just incentivizing them on monetary basis. We were also found that how they are differentiating themselves from the competitors is that they provide them with convenience, that the eateries don't have to worry about how their vesiculars are being refilled. On the other hand, when we talk about our Nestle, so Nestle is the one which is actually setting benchmarks for a lot of other competitors. It has actually shifted towards premiumization, focus on health consciousness of the customers, and coming up with various outlets in the form of KitKat, break zones, and Nescafes. Apart from it, we have also seen recently KitKat has collaborated with expanded brand collabs, that is Mad Over Donuts, along with our 7-Eleven, so that they can come up with some specialized curated dessert options in the menu.
Now, during our market visits, we also identified that from an eatery's perspective as well, we can classify them on the basis of two key factors: that their willingness to partner with Mondelēz and whether they have an in-house manufacturing system for sweet items. And that showed us that our quick wins are highway dhabas, mithai namkeen shops, small cafes and bakeries, and local restaurants and lunch houses. Some of these places have already housed our vesiculars, but do have an untapped scaling potential, which we can do by optimizing our existing resources and through targeted promotions. And this brings us to our anchor idea, which is that we need a differentiated strategy tailor-made to each eatery type. And now it's time to put the spotlight on our manpower strategy.
Scaling distribution without increasing costs is the critical idea here. Here's how we'll optimize the manpower and incentives. Instead of deploying new sales teams, Mondelēz will integrate bakeries, cafes, dhabas into the existing retail sales routes. This will optimize the fuel coverage and costs. Next up, we have the growth, which will be based on the distribution. Hence, we have segregated it into primary, secondary, and tertiary sales. The primary sales is managing the stock placements from the distributors to the distributors, covering an area of 100 to 150 kilometers. The secondary sales is from distributors to the eateries, covering an area of 40 to 80 kilometers, and the tertiary sales is increasing the sell-through and visibility in the last mile execution. The incentives will be target-based, and for every successful conversion of an eatery to feature Mondelēz's products. Now, how will the sales personnel carry out all these extra tasks without getting overwhelmed? Well, we are featuring a new feature into the Sales Genie app called the Learning Schedule. Let's deep dive into it now.
So on analyzing the market trends and the competitors that are already existing in the market, so we identify that including tech integration is very important in order to drive sales revenue, convenience to the eateries, and improving channel efficiency. So instead of directly focusing upon developing a new application or providing a whole new platform, we are focusing on improving and providing some new and additional features to the existing Mondelēz Sales Genie app. So we are starting with digitalizing the lead management and onboarding process for the eateries, in which the sales representatives can identify what all eateries they can tap into in a particular geographical area, and on the basis of the type of eateries, what all SKUs they can efficiently pitch to. Apart from it, the next phase, we enter into introduction of a unified system, where we are integrating lead management that we have already done in the previous phase, along with relationship management, where the queries and concerns of the eateries can be addressed by the sales personnel that are dedicated to the route, and it can be addressed and a personalized response can be provided in order to keep a long-term relationship with them. Finally, we are providing a solution to the eateries so that they can order online on our platform, so that transparency and convenience can be maintained. Definitely, this would include a lot of cost, because eateries will have to place an order for the product portfolio that we are providing, but this will actually improve the efficiency of the eateries as well as sales representatives. This will derive further clear communication and transparency, which will be helpful in the long run.
In terms of expansion, we have divided our strategies into short-term and long-term. In short-term, we'll be tapping into cloud kitchens, because it is an upcoming channel showing high promises with over 150 million plus in terms of GMV. Here, we will be partnering with leading brands like Fresh Menu, Box 8, and Rebel Foods, and integrate SKUs like Silk, Temptations, and Boneville into their dessert section. Apart from this, we'll also be tapping into the cafes using experiential dine-ins. Our research has showed that over 35% of our Gen Z respondents are constantly looking for new experiences when it comes to food and recreational activities. Hence, we will be using make your own dessert experience into the cafes. Coming to the long run, we have Halls dispensers. These are fully automatic with inbuilt payment system and will be placed in strategic locations like near restrooms of premium restaurants and in office cafeterias to increase their visibility. Apart from this, we also have Bonvita meal packs for the highway dhabas. These are pre-portioned Bonvita kits which will have Bonvita biscuits and the chocolate drink sachet already into it, which will offer a healthy and hygienic snacking option on the go. To promote Bonvita, we'll be launching Born to Win, a Geo Hotstar podcast which will feature school children, prominent celebrities, and sportspersons to engage young minds of the future.
So this strategy will enable us to boost our share of business from our premium SKUs, while at the same time continue to leverage our strength from our smaller SKUs in this new channel, while at the same time we are also wanting to push share of business in other key categories which have high margins such as biscuits and GCBs, so that they have a significantly positive contribution on our overall margins in the long run and give us an opportunity to redefine snacking made right. Thank you, and we're all set for your questions.
So, thank you for the presentation. Similar to the previous group, I have the same question for you. You started off by a very good classification of different eateries and where to play choices. You said lunch homes, cloud kitchens, and one more I'm forgetting. And then the second slide confused me a little bit. Can you talk a little bit about what do you think is really your top 3 eatery channels where Mondelēz has the right to win? What do you think is the size of price? Why do you believe that we can make a difference in those top 3 eateries?
Yeah. So when we talk about the top 3 eateries that we have identified through our research, the major criteria to choose was first of all was the openness of the eatery owners, and the second one was the scaling potential of the eateries. On the basis of that, the first one that we have identified is the cloud kitchens. How we are tapping it into is we are going to find out the cloud kitchens which are ready to keep our SKUs along with their menu options that are listed on their platforms on Swiggy, Zomato, and so that they can also sell our SKUs along with their food products. This will not only help them getting more orders, but it will also improve the average order value for them as well. Then the second one we are talking about is highway dhabas and highway dhabas.
So my question is, out of the 60 crores you said revenue, right, in the last slide, Cloud
Yes.
Kitchen is only 2.5 crores.
Yes, sir.
Rest of the eatery is 60 crores.
Yes, sir.
So your choice is not reflecting very clearly there. The Cloud Kitchen doesn't come through as the big size of price. Out of that 60 crores, how much will be dhabas?
So, sir, the thing is that when we are talking about tapping into cloud kitchens, it is an easier option to enter in the short run. That's why we are prioritizing it at the current scenario. Otherwise, our options like local restaurants and cafes are also one of those which actually contribute to a major share in the market.
Okay.
Did you also consider the cost of returns? And when the product is not sold, you said 6 months, and you have a period there, what that could mean from a cost perspective to the organization? Because this is a pilot, right?
So as of now, we haven't considered the cost of return into consideration while calculating our cost and revenue.
Tell me one thing. What do you think is the margin expectation of any eatery for anything that they sell? Or even a cloud kitchen for that matter?
Yes. So when we talk about our eateries, so that was the one thing that we found throughout our research, that whenever we visited our eateries, the first question that was thrown at us was, why would they keep the SKUs, or specifically something that is being provided to them at a mere margin from 2% to 10% somewhere, whereas they are getting a higher margin of up to 70% on the foods that they are selling. But that's why we are trying to address these scenarios by tapping into those eateries which do not have currently any sort of dessert options in their menu, or they can incorporate our options in their menu by the way that we are providing them something in the way of monetary or non-monetary incentives. Definitely it will be something that is not very easy for them to capture, but it's all about how we are building a relationship with those eateries so that this will also enhance revenue in a way for them in the longer run.
How much do you think, as a selling story, what would you tell such an eatery?
Can you reframe the question?
If a salesman goes to such an eatery, what is the selling story that in 1, 2, 3, 4 points that this salesman should give to that eatery? And how should they handle all these objections or barriers that the eatery might have on margins, etc.?
So we can consider any one example starting with like a dhaba. For example, like when a sales representative is visiting a dhaba, so when they are going to pitch their SKUs to dhaba, the first question will be like they don't want any inconvenience while having their operations throughout the day. And why would they keep something that is being provided at a very lower margin comparatively? So in order to address these questions, we will start with something that is convenience. That is where we have also mentioned previously that convenience plays a bigger role when we tap into these eateries. So we are going to provide them with those solutions that they need not to incorporate much effort while dealing with us. We are going to refill their own vesiculars, the SKUs they are keeping. We are trying to keep sure that we are visiting them frequently and building a long-term relationship that will provide them convenience instead of creating a hassle for them during the daily operations.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That was packed with flavor. Teams, we'd like to get the best angle that we can of you, so please stand close to the podium when you're on stage. So since we have more people who've joined us post their classes, we would like to entertain you and entertain ourselves by asking you a couple of questions. And of course, we make snacking right, so we have some goodies for the same. So we have some questions, and you guys can put your hands up, and whoever gets it right might win something.
Sure. So do you want to take it away or here?
Yeah, we can start. So the first question is, which year was Silk launched in India? Yeah,
Okay, we have a hand.
We have a hand there and
I think I saw that one.
I saw that one first.
Okay, can we float the mic, please? Right there. 2018. That's not the right answer. Sir? 2013. No, that is also not the right answer. Yes, that is. Where was that answer? Yeah, that's the correct answer. You get chocolates.
I think we could give away some for
Yeah,
attempts.
yeah, we can give a
give-
little more as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, next question. Who is the brand ambassador of Perk? Okay,
Yeah, we saw
have a
one hand there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the right answer. Alia Bhatt is the right answer. Many of you got it right.
Yeah.
Maybe we can give one or two to the people there. Yeah, some answers. Okay. Okay, I guess this one was a little easy, so I'll make it a little harder. X is the name of a village in Birmingham, England, and also the name of a chocolate. Yep, Bonneville is the right answer. We have a correct answer over there. Can you raise your hand, please? Over there. You can grab your chocolate right there. Okay, and we have our final question. Name the latest launch of Mondelēz, which marks its foray into premium chocolates. Great. Have you tried it? Thank you. And a bonus chocolate if you also name the brand ambassador. No? Don't give her. Does anyone, can anyone also name the brand ambassador? Yes? Perfect. That's the right answer. You can give the chocolates away, please. To them and to her as well. I was just kidding.
Cool.
Cool. Those were some quick questions. Thank you so much for playing along with us. So we're halfway through, but the best might be yet to come. Are you all ready for another bite of brilliance?
Give it up for team, not just Cadbury from NMIMS Mumbai. Will they be the dark horse or the dark chocolate of the day? मिल गए कार्ड
This one.
Hi, we are Team Logistic Cadbury from NMIMS Mumbai. So we conducted primary research through two key perspectives. So the first perspective we had was the customer perspective. That is, what motivates a customer to buy a chocolate at an eatery? Then we moved on to another perspective. That was the eatery perspective. That is, in that very same eatery, why has the eatery stocked that chocolate in the first place? Based on these two perspectives, we came up with 4 consumption drivers. Let's have a look. So, after having something spicy, there is a natural tendency for people to consume something sweet. And a waiter at a place told us that around 40 to 50% of the times, the customer usually asks for something sweet after such a meal. So from this, we derived a first consumption driver, that is the product fit. That is the actual tendency of a channel to drive sweet consumption in the first place. Similarly, we had another consumption driver, that is on-the-go convenience, because people often see chocolates as a quick and convenient snack during breaks. Then we have product overlaps. So basically, any eatery that already has a dessert option worries about cannibalization, and it's very hard to convince them to stock up with chocolates. Finally, the last driver we have is POS visibility. In a category like chocolates, in an impulse-driven category like chocolates, visibility drives sales. जो दिखता है वही बिकता है. Then we went on and we classified the entire eatery landscape into 7 different categories. For example, we have LSR over here, which is any QSR or a fast food joint that has a self-service format. After that, we also classified them into independent and organized, which was even further classified into regional and national. So the reason we did this is because each category over here, it has a very different approach. And Now, how do we really figure out which one of these do we target? So for that, we followed a sequential elimination approach, where for every channel, every category that we've found out over here, we actually compare it to the driver in the previous slide. So first we applied the filter of POS visibility, and cafes and FSRs were removed because this is a place where the billing happens at the table and not at the billing point, and not at a billing counter. Then we had 5 categories left. On this, we again applied the filter of product overlap, and we had dessert parlors. We continued this process to end with our winning channels that are roadside and limited service restaurant, and the remainder of this presentation will be focusing on only these 2.
Okay. To now understand how Mondelēz can crack the eateries channel, we first wanted to study what the leaders of this space are already doing. So, for these companies, any eatery outlet is typically a target outlet. And rather than having a dedicated sales team for eateries alone, they've integrated the existing eateries within the GT and MT sales structures, which is why we say that Mondelēz should also empower its existing sales force to eventually start servicing the eateries channel as well. Now, moving on to trade incentives and shopper activations, learning from the best, we realized that Mondelēz can also offer a free partner toolkit to onboard eateries. Now, this toolkit would include free initial stock for first-time outlets, plus operational support equipment like branded umbrellas, multi-purpose racks, which will also double as visibility cues for the company. In fact, we also observed that Coke and Pepsi have very strong complementary pull post-meals. And we want to create a similar pull for chocolates and therefore require targeted interventions. So one such thing could be setting up stations in high footfall areas where people have this natural tendency to exhibit variety-seeking behavior. These could be like office complexes in Cyber Hub and college hotspots like Juhu.
Now that we've looked at the comparative landscape and the different trade incentives to enter this channel, we want to look at the different shopper activations. The first channel that we want to focus on is roadside eateries. Now, what is the value proposition and why Mondelēz would win in this channel? So what we identified is that in roadside eateries, they mostly specialize in their offerings. For example, it could be a dosa stall or a vada pav stall. In these outlets, they do not have dessert options, and hence Mondelēz is very well positioned over here. Second, roadside eateries also are easy to onboard, and they also drive higher impulse purchases, which means that they are the lower hanging fruit for Mondelēz. Next, when we spoke to the owners of this outlet, we realized that they wanted visibility and they wanted marketing support, but they did not have the means to do it by themselves. For this, we proposed a Mondelēz Star Circle initiative, where we will feature the top performing outlets on the Mondelēz Instagram page. This provides a win-win partnership. Here's a short video for that.
What are you having today?
Oh, I'm having this burger here, and I love finishing it with this chocolate.
Now that we've looked at this, let's look at how do we win at the point of sale through shopper activations. Now, one insight that stood out for us is that roadside eateries often lack the space for a very elaborate visi-cooler, and they want space-efficient solutions because most of the meal prepping and servicing happens at one table only. So we propose having space-efficient solutions like the countertop jars and wall-mounted racks. These take much less space and serve as visibility cues. Second, what we identified is that roadside eateries are often worried about temperature because these chocolates melt easily. Here, we want to leverage Mondelēz's large portfolio of heat-resistant and bite-sized affordable chocolates, for example, shorts and gems. Secondly, we identified that the chai and biscuit combination is deeply ingrained in the Indian culture. For this, we propose placing the Bonpita biscuits at the chai tapris and roadside outlets. Moving on to our next channel, that is limited service restaurants. In this channel, the Mondelēz right to win is defined by creating new and exciting consumption occasions. Now, how do we win at the point of sale through shopper activations? Here, we realize that the way Mondelēz needs to approach an independent outlet, as opposed to a regional LSR that covers probably 20 to 30 outlets in the region, as opposed to a national LSR, is extremely different. For example, in an independent outlet, we identified that there is more scope of branding and activations, which means that we can have a hanging danglers, tabletop temps, and co-branded menus. For regional chains, there's one key insight that stood out when he spoke to an outlet owner. He told us that in a 20-rupee Coca-Cola bottle, he barely made a 2-rupee margin, yet he always stocked it. Now, why did he stock this? Was because the complementary pull for Coca-Cola was extremely strong. And he felt that if he didn't have that bottle, it might dilute the customer experience. So what we want to do is that we want to build this complementary pull. For this, we propose a concept called as Happy Treats, which means that we will be creating exciting bundles, for example, like a spice and sweet savor meal, wherein you have a burger, fries, and a chocolate. Now, these combos will be decided by the trade marketing team and pushed by the sales team. We also found out how the popcorns and gems concept went extremely viral, and it became a must-try. So through this, we also want to create combinations that sit in the customer's mind, leading to increment in sales. We also spoke to an ASM at Coca-Cola and realized the leverage occasions, for example, Halim Biryani, to create posters like this and drive sales. And we believe Mondelēz can do this as well. Now, this leads to three things. One is, it increases the higher average order value for the outlets, it increases the margin optimization for the outlets, and for Mondelēz, it increases the attachment rate. So these two are the main channels we focus on. But we also looked at national LSR chains. Here, we had a very solid insight which said that these chains are very reluctant to stock our chocolates because they don't have the concept of stocking MRP or packaged products. Hence, if we want to enter these channels, we have to look at going by the ingredient route or co-developing recipes. For example, how Mondelēz had done with McFlurry and gems.
Okay. Now that we've looked at the channel-specific activations, let's talk about how Mondelēz can actually service these outlets. So we propose the Eatery Incubation Squad. Now this will be a specialized rotational sales team that would be specifically designed to incubate the eateries channel. Here, an ideal candidate would be like a PepsiCo DSR who's already worked with the eatery sector. Now, why do we need a specialized sales team? We realize that eateries are not used to selling chocolates currently, and extensive effort might be required to onboard them. But the typical Mondelēz DSR who services 50 outlets per day may not have this bandwidth to do so. Therefore, the EIS team's job is simple: to incubate the channel in a particular region, then transfer it to the regular sales team once sales traction is received, and move to a different region. This way, Mondelēz will incur minimum long-term permanent costs. Now, how do we plan for long-term growth? We must ensure that the right SKU is placed at the right place. For this, we have the impulse correlation engine. Now, this engine essentially provides the perfect product pairing for each eatery type by combining data from 3 sources. We have QuickCom data, eatery POS data, and customer feedback. Say, for example, the engine finds out that Nutty's chocolate goes well with fries in a particular fast food joint. Now, this particular insight can be scaled to other eateries of similar nature and can also be used to run targeted activations. Now, let's finally bring it all together with the implementation plan. In year 1, we want to build capabilities. For this, we set up the EIS team and develop the partner toolkit. In the next 6 months, we want to activate tier 1 cities by targeting high footfall roadside eateries and independent LSRs. In year 2, we want to expand further within tier 1 by targeting regional LSR chains using activations like the Happy Treats. And we want to start featuring top performing outlets in the Mondelēz Star Circle initiative. Finally, by year 3, we want to replicate this model in tier 2 city and also implement the impulse correlation engine. Now let's quickly move on to the financials. Here, our 2 revenue drivers are outlet coverage and outlet depth. We've measured outlet depth in terms of attach rate, which is essentially how many chocolates are we able to sell per 100 transactions at the eatery outlet. Right. So in order to understand how we reached the revenue potential of 483 crores, 483 crores, we looked at 2 key perspectives. One is the overall size of the channel, that is roadside and eateries and LSRs, and then how much can Mondelēz realistically capture within the next 3 years. So here you see a snapshot of high footfall roadside outlets, where if we target 30% coverage and 15% attach rate based on our activations, we'll be able to get 164 crores in revenue. This will add up to 483 in 3 years with an ROI factor of 6.5x and a healthy share of business of 3.01%. Thank you.
When you talked of those tent cards and menu options and branding, etc., what is the best practice you've seen, or how do you build relevance with food through your content? Have you thought of what kind of content should go on a tent card or a menu? Because I saw the menu concept that you presented, it was basically a purple thing, but how does that build relevance? And how have others built relevance?
So what our insight was that for beverages there exists a very complementary pull, but for chocolates there's no precedence in this category. So when we spoke to outlet owners, they straight up answered like, nahi karna hame. So we want to have these small interventions wherein the concept becomes like an open concept. They're accused to the concept. Also, what we realize is that this is how beverage companies also do. They have like these tiny queues. They have these tiny operational support.
That's what I'm asking you. You have in the first image in that pizza outlet, you have these danglers. Now, it just talks of my brand, but where is the relevance? What content would you actually put on this material?
So
what kind of content?
So there are 2 things here. One is, we thought the tabletop tent could have something like add a sweet treat for just 20 rupees. That could be one of the messaging. And secondly, these bundles that we've come up with, we were thinking we could have posters or tabletop tents showcasing these combos with the chocolate itself. So that's the kind of messaging we're trying to
See, not every outlet runs combos, okay? As Coke and Pepsi have discovered over the last 20 years, less than 5% of your individual outlets will actually run a combo of a Coke and a samosa or anything of that sort. Yeah, it was Pepsi and Lay's which were very natural partners that way. Even they could not create those combos. So how is this middle tent card relevant to someone who's sitting down to eat? How is this content relevant? And what is the most relevant content you think you can put on all of this?
So, for example...
Apart from combos.
Okay, so the combos is specifically the regional LSRs. For independent outlets, we can definitely go by the normal chocolate route and not combos. So over here, as you mentioned, what we'd have in the tabletop tent, something that one insight was after having something spicy or savory, there was a very, very strong pull for having something sweet. So we could reinforce that insight. For example, even in Pepsi, they said that after having something spicy or oily, there's this acid reflux and you want like a cool drink. So similarly over here, after having spicy and savory, you want sweet. So we want to reinforce those ideas.
So which is the best execution of that content you've seen till now? Of building relevance building
So I
complementarity?
think we visited a few cafes, and over there they had this thing about, for example, if they're offering us a burger, they mention a burger and they have like a PepsiCo border to it, like added to. So I think that with these nudges, it constantly reinforces the idea that you can have it with this, because in a channel which is new, we need to build precedence and behavior change first.
Okay.
I have a question. When you started off, you said that, the eateries that have their own desserts may not be very excited to have this as an option. Did you consider what will work there, or we'll have to go scan all the eateries that don't have dessert, and then that makes your pool very, very small?
So what we analyze is that when they have their in-house desserts, they earn a lot of margin on that, probably 70 to 80% margin. But when it comes to chocolates, they earn very low margin. So we're very concerned that if we have chocolates, consumers will buy chocolates and we lose out on our margins. So this trend was very apparent. So definitely, eateries where there is a very broad range of in-house desserts, there'll be high level of reluctance. So in our first phase, we will not target them. But once after 3 years, we build a behavior change. We build like this acceptance that this is a compliment. Maybe then we can target those outlets, but definitely not initially.
I really liked your presentation. Congratulations on the good work. Very delighted to see that you started with the consumer centricity on slide number 1. So delighted to see that, first of all. I had 2 questions. One is to say, that you have an existing distribution setup. You have distributors, So why have you not considered leveraging them? Because some of these channels, while it is good to have incubation squad and specialists to open up these stores, but many of these stores can actually be serviced very easily using your existing distributors. So why have you not considered them? And second question is, while it is good to say, have combos on menus and similar to what Pooja was just mentioning, there are challenges. So what are those challenges? Why is it not happening today in the LSRs and in the independent eateries? What are those barriers to overcome those? And what is our right to play and win in those channels?
So to answer your first question about having a specialized sales team, we contemplated a lot of ideas on how we can structure this. Now, existing players like Coca-Cola already have their distributors that service retail and they service eateries. So we also want to do the same thing in the long run. But what we understand is that when you're targeting eateries, you will need to put in extra effort to convince them for the first time. And the Mondelēz DSRs currently are not working with eateries, they're working with retail. They have the kind of relationships or the kind of experience that someone who's already servicing eateries might have. So this temporary sales team that's working on a rotational basis is specialized with eateries. And it's only enabling, it's serving as an enabling function so that eventually the existing sales force can start servicing them as well.
What will be your offer to them? Why will they join hands with Mondelēz? What will you tell to the LSR? What is your offer to the LSR?
So while our major challenge is roadside, and secondly moving on to LSRs, what we realized that as LSRs are actually slightly difficult as compared to roadside eateries to convince. So our pitch would be that when we start building really strong combos, for example, how the gems and the popcorn was built through target, so then we can have really strong targeted interventions. And here what happens is that if we put something, for example, a high margin item with a low margin item, there's an overall margin optimization. So even the problem of margin takes care of here.
I would urge you guys to double click on that and understand the business model of that. What kind of investments you will have to make to open an LSR outlet. It's not easy. And what kind of return can you get? I don't think you have incorporated that. It's a very high level calculation you have done. So that would be my nudge to you guys.
If it's about nudge, then I think, and it's for everybody, I think when you put numbers from somewhere, please put the sources out there and also qualify the assumptions.
Ma'am, we've done that. This is a slide limitation, we could only put this, but in our appendix, we have done our numbers properly.
Cool, that's great.
Thank you.
So that was a great presentation. They've given us a lot to digest, but it's a little later in the evening and we need some activity to wake up, right? So we're gonna play a small game. We are going to divide the room into 3 parts. I mean, it is already divided in 3 parts. Maybe that one can be perk. Give me a cheer, perk. That's not a cheer, guys. Louder.
Okay.
Gems. Can this one be gems? Gems, give me a cheer. Oreo. Can that be Oreo? Oreo is wide awake. I think they got a lot of chocolates in the beginning, that's why.
Yeah, and perk stands for take lightly. So they seem to be taking it quite lightly. Or they could be 5-star also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are going to say perk, and perk has to respond. If we say gems, gems has to respond. And if we say Oreo, Oreo has to respond. And then whoever is the loudest...
we'll give you more chocolates.
Yeah, we'll give that section more chocolates so that you are energetic all the way back to your hostel rooms. Okay, so, gems. Perk. Gems. Oreo. Oreo. Perk. Okay, great. I think everybody's wide awake. I think we should just...
Who do you think was the loudest?
I think Oreo was the loudest.
I have to say.
Okay, let's give another try. James. Oreo. Perk. Perk.
I think perk is out. Between gems and Oreo, see, but Oreo has more people. And gems has lesser number of people also.
Fair.
So sound per person is higher from gems, is what I feel.
Per capita sound. Okay.
Cool. So let's even it out. We can randomly give chocolates to both Oreo and gems. We don't have that many left, but you should have been on time if you wanted chocolates. So yeah, we have chocolates here. Feel you can just give it to Oreo and gems. Just give one to each set of rows. Great. So please help yourself. But just a request: do not eat in the auditorium. You may eat it later.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So now for the final course of today's presentation feast.
Last but not the least, here comes team Cereal Snackers from FMS Delhi. So will they sprinkle the right amount of creativity and crunch? Let's find out.
Imagine walking into an Indian eatery and being greeted with the familiar taste of Cadbury, leaving you a little more satisfied and your dining experience a little bit sweeter. That is exactly what we aim to achieve with our presentation today. Good evening, everyone. This is Team Cereal Snackers from FMS Delhi, and today, with our presentation, we aim to not just penetrate the eatery industry in India, but dominate the dessert space within it, making sure that every eatery owner says, "Kuch meetha ho jaye."
The eatery industry in India is booming, growing at a CAGR of 10.1%, presenting a huge opportunity for us to tap into. This is the perfect moment for Mondelēz to disrupt this space. We've classified eateries into the organized and unorganized segments, ranging from bakeries and cafes to roadside stalls, in order to ensure that we approach each with the right products and the right strategies. We started with a thorough analysis of our competitor strategies. PepsiCo and Coca-Cola have an extensive distribution system in place, leveraging their huge consumer demand and offering high margins to their vendors. Meanwhile, Nestle and Amul boast a network of franchised kiosks and parlors in order to promote their products. An analysis of the cooler shelf space in eateries across Delhi revealed that the beverage segment has already been saturated by our competitors. This left an untapped sweet spot, the ready-to-eat dessert space. This is where Mondelēz can uniquely position itself. Our strategy is built on a solid foundation. Based on interactions with vendors across 50 eateries, we identified common pain points and conducted a need gap analysis. The 4 key need areas are a lack of volume discounts, a lack of effective merchandising, growing demand for desserts after meals, and confusion regarding the right SKU mix to store.
Based on our unique insights and thorough research, we have designed a simplified strategy with 2 key entry mechanisms to penetrate into as many eateries as possible. For our first approach, we have designed a tiered sales approach to drive impulse purchases, dividing eateries into 2 types of tiers based on their monthly sales. The gold tier will comprise of eateries that exceed sales exceeding sales of rupees 5,000 per month, and it caters to eateries like bakeries, cafes, and your local food joints. We'll be offering them visi-coolers only as per requirement, along with an incentive payout. For the silver tier eatery, which will cater to tuck shops, food carts, and roadside stalls, and with sales ranging from rupees 3,000 to 5,000 per month, we'll be providing a 20-liter Visi cooler along with a payout incentive. Now taking a quick look at our sales strategy, starting with our product mix, it will include a diverse range of SKUs in the rupees 20 to 50 range, including count lines, recipe lines, CDMs, along with choco bakes. As we move to the larger eateries, of course, our SKU mix also expands by a lot, and we also include the premium silk range for these kind of eateries as well. Moving on to our place strategy, we will be identifying hot zones for maximum visibility in each eatery. To further enhance our place strategy, we have also designed a sample planogram with the help of distributor and vendor insights for optimal product placement. As for our payout strategy, it includes a mix of fixed sales target-based pay at 2% for both gold and silver tier eateries, along with a variable execution score-based pay at 2% only for gold tier eateries for further incentivization. The execution score will include a mix of relevant parameters such as visi-cooler purity, visi-cooler hygiene, planogram adherence, etc. And this will be audited by third-party organizations such as PSQ Mitra, Inspium with regular check-ins. Lastly, for our promotional efforts, we'll be offering branded product display units such as cash tails to eateries that do not have the resources to access electricity-based visi-coolers. Along with that, we'll also be providing usable and effective merchandise such as branded cutlery and tissues to small eateries to help them save costs and also enhance visibility for ourselves. Moving on to our second entry mechanism, we aim to position Cadbury as the go-to choice for dessert offerings as part of combo meals in India. The rise in demand for combo meals, coupled with India's sweet tooth obsession, makes this the perfect opportunity to fill this gap. While eateries that currently struggle with no dessert options at all, such as specialized stalls, this will help them maximize their average order value by adding dessert options. And this solution also helps eateries with in-house desserts by reducing operational complexities and helps them diversify their portfolio, making this the perfect one-size-fits solution for all. Now, taking a look at our sample consumer journey, consider a family that walks into a Burger King outlet and the daughter immediately takes notice of the kid's promotional meal featuring a Cadbury Eatables and instantly asks her parents to buy it for her. Or imagine a college student who places an order for a burger online and ends up adding a Cadbury Dairy Milk at checkout as an add-on to satisfy his sweet cravings. This also opens up a great avenue to tap into the online food delivery space, which is booming right now, by leveraging our current SKUs as add-on options on food delivery platforms like Swiggy and Zomato. So overall, our strategy aims to become the next Coca-Cola of combo meals and desserts, making dining sweeter, one meal at a time.
Our implementation roadmap involves identifying key geographical locations, mapping out high-traffic eateries, and allocating our purple champions for the same. We would like to onboard eateries by doing weekly visits, providing them with busy coolers and some merchandising support. Next up, for our phase 1, we're looking to enter into 8 tier 1 cities. Our sales team will comprise of 5 new hires who would be dealing with your gold tiers onboarding specifically, and 25 already existing salespeople who would be dealing with silver tiers and some on gold tiers. Based on our financial projections, we anticipate a break-even close to 10 months with a projected annual revenue of 63 crores, and we will be during phase 1 by 7,200 newly onboarded eateries. Also, the eateries will immensely benefit from our program via a 10% increase in the customer lifetime value for a sample restaurant.
Looking forward, based on the examples set by the likes of our key competitors, including Nestlé's Maggi or Coca-Cola McFloat, we also aim to leverage in-house signature recipes by finding a middle ground between these two. We'll be curating signature recipes, which are also already available on Cadbury's Dessert Corner, and leveraging them to enhance outlet engagement even further. Apart from that, our vision also includes implementing a co-branding program across canteens and educational institutes. While we're aware that the canteens are a part of the away-from-home segment, the rationale behind targeting students is to build an early adoption and onboard customers for life. So overall, our strategy aims to position Mondelēz as the undisputed champion of sweet indulgence in India. Thank you. We're open to questions.
Thanks for the deck. The first half of your deck was entirely focused on chocolates. It's only the last slide I saw Tang and the others. What's your view on how you're going to play the brands versus the different categories of eateries?
So essentially, our idea is that currently the SKUs that we have available, how do we sell them? So our major focus was just to make sure that we cover as many eateries as possible with the current mix of SKUs that Mondelēz is offering. So, for example, we can sell a Cadbury Lolly or Cadbury Shorts to the smallest of eateries with Momo stalls that have AOV like 80, to selling a Cadbury Ganache at 185 rupees, to, pairing it in a combo meal with a larger, maybe eatery chain or something of that sort. The recipe part is entirely part of the future scope, because that is something, it involves standardization issues. It requires a longer term plan. So that is part of the future scope. The current scope is to sell as many brands and SKUs in its current form as much as possible.
So you're only focusing on the chocolate category?
Yeah.
Good presentation. I liked your presentation as well. Congratulations. One question. On the combo meals, obviously it's a proven business model. A lot of brands are doing it out there. Have you guys really understood the business model behind it? What is the cost of, listing your products out there? And if you have to list your recipe with one of the chains, how much does it cost us? What is the business model behind? Will we make money?
Right. So our current business model that we have thought of, we are not pitching recipes to any restaurant chains. We are just pitching that whatever the best fit of SKU that you have, based on the type of eatery that you are, based on the product offerings that you are, you just sell it to us. So if we can just, So for example, imagine an eatery that has, for example, like an Eat Fit that only offers healthy sort of offerings. So we position or pair a bondwill with them, because someone who's wanting to have a healthier meal, go for a bondwill rather than a silk. Similarly, for, if you go to your local roadside eatery next to your college, it's serving you a thali at just 100 rupees. So you get a 5 rupee Cadbury Shorts with it. So the idea, that is the basic business model, like I told ma'am as well, that pitching our current SKUs as much as possible.
Yeah, but why will they stock our products?
Right. So, like we explained, this is something, yeah. So, the number one thing is their average order value increases because considering they don't have any dessert offerings as of now. So, of course, a 100 rupee thali, they can maybe sell it at 110 rupees or maybe even 105 rupees. Just give, you know, a chocolate with it because dessert completes your meal. I imagine that if you're going to a momo stall, you are definitely stopping at an ice cream stall or a chocolate store on the way. So why not do that at the place why not provide a complete meal is the idea. Apart from that, an eatery that has in-house desserts already, let's say they're selling a choco lava cake, is just pitching our SKU would just diversify their portfolio because not everyone can afford to sort of, you know, have an in-house dessert.
So you talked about adding to their average order value. How much do you think is the percentage that you can add? So if a restaurant's average meal price is 200 rupees, what do you think the patron is willing to pay?
So we've done an analysis for that, taking the example of a sample outlet. If you could.
So basically, you've done a customer lifetime value. So over here, for customer calculating this, we need to have customer value into the lifespan of the customer. So what we have done is basically we are increasing.
I want a simple answer. Don't complicate it. If an outlet where the average price of a meal is 200 rupees per person, what do you think you can reasonably expect the patron to spend on our product?
So, for example, the Burger King outlet, we did our entire analysis around their chain. Their average order value is, like you said, around 200 to 250 rupees. They do a combo meal at an additional 99 rupees as of now, which includes a fries and a Coke. Now, our proposition is you just add a 45 rupee fruit and nut to it.
So on a 200 rupee, on a 99 combo, you're adding a 45 rupee.
Yeah.
You think that is reasonable just for one product? They'll take the cost up by 40-45%. You think that's tenable for a patron? And how much do you think the conversion will be then?
Right. So for our CLTV analysis, we've assumed the conversion to be around 20%. That
20% of people will take those combos.
With an added dessert.
Do you know what is the even in a normal quick service restaurant, what percentage of orders are combos?
So based on a survey that we saw, typically 30 to 40% is if they have popular combo meals, people would go for a combo
30-40%. And you feel you'll get a 20% conversion for a 40-45% increase in the ticket size? You think that's practical? Someone who's come with a 90, see, there are reasons why there are certain magic price points in quick service restaurants. If you're going to break that principle of magic price points, you're not going to get even high single digit conversion. So you need to be careful about what is the ticket size. Every restaurant is positioned on a certain ticket size or a ticket value. With the combinations that you're suggesting, 99 plus 45, I wouldn't buy it because it just doesn't make sense. I'm paying 99 for a full meal and a 45 for this. So you just need to be careful about the pricing and the ticket size as per the restaurant's clientele.
Yeah? Right, understood.
Because otherwise a 40-50%, nobody likes that kind of inflation on their combos.
Hello. Thank you so much, team from the FMS campus. That was truly fantastic. So that brings us to the 5 presentations that we had for today. What started as 10,000 entries culminated in the past 2 hours, where we saw the top 5 teams showcasing their ideas. And these teams didn't just bring their ideas to us, they truly brought down the whole snacking aisle.
And now, while our jury gets busy crunching the scores, let's take a quick break. We would like to ask everybody to log on to the Unstock website and vote for the Mondelēz Maestro experience. We'll just be putting up the QR code on the screen. If you could just scan it and vote for us, that'll be great. So Team Perk, give us a cheer if you voted for us already. Gems. Oreo. Thanks. We would like to call Ms. Savita, all the jury members, and all the participants on stage, please.
Requesting all teams to please come up on stage.
Is it on? Yeah.
Can you take one step forward? Them as well. One step.
Guys, half an Oreo. Everybody should be visible.
Great. So now that we have everyone, firstly, I would like to ask the jury on how you felt about the entries today.
I think firstly, a big thank you and a big kudos to all of you. I think lots of hard work, lots of analysis, and I'm sure lots of late nights. But it was really good, and the hard work showed. So kudos.
Yes, likewise, congratulations to all of you. I know you have spent a lot of hard work behind these presentations. It doesn't come by easily, and a lot of conversation and debate has gone behind putting those charts together. It's not easy once you have collected all the data points. How do you tell a story? It's very difficult. So congratulations, first of all, for making to this level, and all the best when we announce the winners.
So I think I would just like to say that we are being nasty and bad to you. out of a brief that was given to us. Otherwise, we're from a chocolate company, and we're very sweet and nice people. We're very welcoming also, so please don't have any bad feelings for us. But I echo what the others have said here. I think the work showed, and congratulations for making it to this stage. It means a lot.
So before we just announce the winners, if I can just ask some of our participants how their experience was in this whole process, and if any learnings, any observations that you would like to share with us.
Any funny market experience that you had?
Yeah,
Because
that would
everybody
also
did
be
market primary research.
You would like to share, please.
So this particular incident happened when we were serving college canteens. So we were trying to ask the owner of the college canteen why he's selling Nestle products as beverages and not the other ones. We were trying to understand his rationale. So we asked him, why are you selling? And he said, "Hum kal se bechna chhod dete hain."
Great, thanks. Thanks a lot for sharing. So, without further ado, maybe we can move on to the winners, the runner-ups, then the winners. Yes, please.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the level of preparation. I'm sure it wasn't easy to dedicate time to this while trying to keep ahead of your syllabus or your coursework. So really enjoyed the quality of the presentation. Just a few things. See, all of us tend to become very tactical very quickly before understanding the bigger picture. While some of you got it right, but again, just avoid that tendency to get into tactics much before the whys and the 30,000 feet picture. So that's one piece of advice I'll give you. And obviously, in anything that you do, I'm sure Vikram would have touched on it, is the consumer centricity. The why, if you do not know your consumer or shopper in this case the eatery patron, you will always find that your solutions are half-baked. So these are the 2 points I'll leave you with, but not that we didn't see it, it's just that if you're a lot more disciplined about the way you approach this and then arrive at tactics, you'll be much more successful in the solutions that you bring. But great job, thank you so much. We thoroughly enjoyed it, if I can speak on behalf of the panel. Okay.
All right, while you've heard from the jury, I would echo what Pooja said. We aren't so serious. Honestly, we are a fun company. And I mean, as a talent head, all I can say is that this is a place where, you know, creativity can come to its best because the way we are. Not preaching, but practicing, because that's what we are. I want to take this opportunity. Of course, you know, the jury is fairly senior folks of our organization who've invested in this process, and that should tell all of you, not just the participants and the folks here, but all of you, that we do take this very seriously. Talent matters, and the quality of presentations which we saw today, it is reflective of how you've taken things seriously. So big thank you for everybody who's been here around as well, and to all of you, for your hard work, but also, you know, going back to our college days, I know this is over and above. This is like a night job along with the day job and with all of what you're fulfilling. But the fact that every such opportunity, if you maximize, that's what would, you know, give you an edge above, and you've done that. So irrespective of, you know, who is the final winner, I think the participation today, and I really particularly like the teamwork, you know, how nicely you were group of two or group of three, you had your responsibilities divided, the way you were putting up, and the art of storytelling. While I can imagine in 10 minutes to have all that data crunched and be able to tell it, all of this is, honestly, we are still trying to get it right even after 25 years. So, so what you've done is tremendous. Each of you are the winners, and I'm sure that what you've presented to the jury today is not going to go unnoticed. With that, I still have a job to do, on behalf of the jury, talk about the runner-ups and the winner of Mondelēz Commercial Tag 2025, right? So the second runner-up is Meetha Gems, XIMB. All right, the first runner-up is Cereal Snackers FMS Delhi. And the winner is not just Cadbury, NMIMS.
Yep. Thank you so much to all the participants and congratulations to the winners. Thank you so much, jury members. You may have a seat. Thank you. Thank you so much, participants.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Congratulations
Stick
to all
around
of
for
you.
team photos. Those are the ones that will go in your family groups. So
Please feel
No,
free
please-
to
please carry it.
carry it with you. You've earned it. Congratulations to all the winners. You've just took away the chocolate crown. We knew that your ideas would be hard to resist.
we would like to especially thank the jury. These folks are the creme de la creme, the real chocolatiers of strategy and innovation. And please give them a big round of applause.
So that's us signing off from Mondelēz Maestros 2025. Until next time, keep snacking on ideas and stay sweet.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And have a good day. Sorry?